1931.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value Brand.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
Based on 2022 Brand Image Awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
The following sports special is a broadcast presentation of Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg.
Dear Lord, the battles we go through life.
Dear Lord, the battles we go through life.
We ask for a chance is fair.
We ask for a chance is fair.
Chance to equal our strife.
Chance to equal our strife.
Chance to do it there.
Chance to do it there.
We should win.
We should win.
Let it be by the code.
Let it be by the code.
Faith and honor held high.
Faith and honor held high.
We should lose.
We should lose.
Stand by the road.
Stand by the road.
Cheers, the winners go by.
Cheers, the winners go by.
Day by day.
Day by day.
We get better and better.
We get better and better.
So we can't beat.
We can't beat.
Boom, beat.
Who let the dogs out? It's time for the excitement of West Virginia high school football, featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. To get you ready for today's play-by-play action, we'll bring you interviews, in-depth analysis, and important game information on the pregame show. So let's get things started by going to the stadium and join our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
Jefferson's already gotten one of their games in, and you know there was reason to worry a little bit after that Week 1 game for Jefferson against Spring Mills. But we knew this was an improved Spring Mills team, getting more and more experience. Then they come out, have that 3 overtime loss to Sharando, but then they come back 2 weeks ago now after their bye week last week, and get that win over Spring Valley, a Spring Valley team which struggled this year, but has struggled against very good competition. So, and then on the other side, Martinsburg has, not so much dominated the competition. For the most part, they have. Last week was a tougher game than we thought, but you look at the box score for the most part, it's a pretty dominant performance, doubling up in total yardage. But I think we have the two best teams in the EPAC here on the field today. We'll see how the rest of the season pans out if that ends up being true. But this should make for an interesting matchup. Obviously, EPAC teams have had a hard time beating Martinsburg over the last 15 years or so. But we'll see if Jefferson can get it done today. But this is a very, very talented Martinsburg team, so it's going to be a tough task.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough task for sure. But Jefferson is actually the last team in the Eastern Panhandle Athletic Conference to defeat these Martinsburg Bulldogs. However, that was 16 years ago, November 2nd, 2007, by a final score of 29-6. So you have to go all the way back to 2007, the last time a team out of the Eastern Panhandle beat Martinsburg. And the time before that was also Jefferson in 2005 by a score of 32-0. So it's been 98 of the 100 past meetings for Martinsburg against the EPAC. They have won. Absolute domination by the Bulldogs, and they're looking to do so again today against Jefferson, who is 2-1 on the year. Martinsburg 4-0. But even with those records, Jefferson 9th in the Class AAA playoff rankings this week by the WVSSAC. Martinsburg 13th.
The rankings right now versus what they'll be at the end of the year, they're going to be completely different. Obviously, these two teams playing each other will be part of the reason that that'll be different. But obviously, Martinsburg's not the 13th best team in in AAA. It's just a mark of who they've played so far this year. Once they actually come around to the end of the season, they've played everybody. I think we're going to see a much different ranking there. Now, if they lose a couple games, sure, maybe they end the season 13th. But I think as we work our way through the season, other teams above them are going to play each other, knock themselves down, not have as many wins. And we still expect Martinsburg to get through the regular season without a loss. We don't really think that this is going to be the year that this streak of EPAC wins gets broken. But, I mean, hey, here's Jefferson out on the field. I think this is the best chance to do it. Maybe Musselman because it's a away game for the Bulldogs, but I mean, hey, it's 20 minutes down the road. You'll have plenty of Bulldogs fans there to, simulate some sort of home field advantage, quote unquote. But obviously, there will be more Musselman fans out there. But that being said, Martinsburg, as always, one of the most talented teams in West Virginia, if not the most talented. It's going to be a tough time for Jefferson, but Jefferson has a lot of good players out on the field, a lot of great athletes, and they're not going to go down without a fight. They're going to try to be that team. They were the last ones to do it. They're going to say, we've done it before, let's try to do it again.
All right, let's step aside here on the pregame show brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio, video distribution, and more. Call them at 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. On the other side of this break, we will have our check of the area schedule for you. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new Bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Hello?
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the check of the area schedule, brought to you by Rock's Local Markets. Fast, fresh, friendly Rocks. The Hedgesville Eagles lost 41-15 to Hoover last week and are now 2-2 on the year. This week, Hedgesville visits the Washington Patriots to open their conference portion of the schedule. Head coach Matt Faircloth shared his thoughts on the Patriots.
They got really good size up front, really strong, really big guys, and they got some young, skilled guys that are really, really talented. Quarterback's young, but he gets the ball out quick. Running backs run hard. They got a big running back that runs really hard. And defensively, they bring a lot of pressure and they try to get after. It's an EPAC game, and we know what we're going to see. They're going to bring pressure and play a lot of man behind it, and they're going to come after them. We got to be able to execute.
The Washington Patriots picked up a 30-21 win over John Marshall last week and are also sitting at 2-2 this year. It's homecoming week for the Patriots, who are seeking revenge from last year's 34-15 loss at Hedgesville. Head coach Terry Ray gave his thoughts on Hedgesville.
Hedgesville's Hedgesville. It's a Coach Blair Cloft coach team. They're going to be aggressive and tough, and they got some weapons. They can spread you out and make mismatches here and there on guys defensively. Offensively, you got Aiden Fleming that we're going to have to defend. Their defense is pretty tough. They play a lot of man coverage. We got our work cut out for us on Friday night.
The Spring Mills Cardinals are 3-1 so far after a dominating 26-3 performance last week over Musselman. It was Spring Mills' second win over Musselman in school history. This week, Spring Mills goes to North Hagerstown. Interim head coach Marcus Law says that the Hubs remind him of last year's Cardinals team.
Even though they're young, they're very talented. They've got some things that kind of also remind us of us from last year, just being young and guys just kind of flying around. Defensively, they'll be very similar to what we do, but again, they have some athletes that can play. I think the goal is still the same, just really offensively take what the defense has given us and not really try to force anything. Defensively, rally to the ball, getting multiple heads on the ball there, and then obviously do our part special teams-wise.
The Musselman-Applemen lost last week 26-3 to Spring Mills and are now 2-2 on the season after suffering back-to-back losses. This week, Musselman has its bye week. Head coach Brian Thomas says now's the right time for it.
I'm not a fan of the bye week at the end of the year, and before I came to game the head coach, and even my first couple years as the head coach, we had a bye week the last week of the regular season. I know some people say, well, it gives you a chance to rest up into the playoffs and yada, yada, yada. I always felt like it made us lose momentum going into the playoffs, because you should be playing your best football at the end of the year, and I feel like we would lose that momentum a little bit, kind of rest and relax a little bit, or whatever you want to say during the bye week, and I feel like we go into the playoffs with not as much fire and excitement. So I feel like the bye week's always good at the middle of the year, just because it kind of gives you a quote-unquote halftime a little bit to kind of sit there and evaluate yourself and then judge some things. So, this week's going to be a good week for us. We're going to approach it not from the aspect of resting, but we're going to approach it from the aspect of let's push ourselves to get a little bit better.
That was your check of the area schedule, brought to you by Rock's Local Markets. Fast, fresh, friendly Rock's. Once again, our matchup tonight features the Jefferson Cougars and the Martinsburg Bulldogs. We will continue to preview this matchup coming up next on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee-wee to the big boys to the wing T formation, a hearty meal of 12 pieces for $12 is just what the boys need to be at their best. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha!
Rock's 12 pieces of chicken, just $12.
After a car accident, what do you get when you call Mansion Ferretti?
You get more experience from a local law firm with over 115 years of combined service.
More respect from a team who treats clients like their own family.
And more fight, because we want you to get every dollar you deserve.
Experience, respect, results. If you've been injured, that's what you want in your lawyer.
And that's what you'll get when you call us. Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
This is Senator Patricia Rucker. My record shows that I have led the fight for legislation to provide opportunity for West Virginians, strengthen families, protect our children, and improve education. But there is more work yet to do. West Virginia is on the rise, but we're still playing catch-up. That's why I'm asking for your vote, so that I can go back to Charleston and continue the progress we have made.
Paid for by Rucker for West Virginia, Mike Holtz, Treasurer, ruckerforwv.com. At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 as we get you set for the Jefferson Cougars and the Martinsburg Bulldogs. I'm Colin McLaughlin. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop. John Argerton's our on-site producer. Matt Miller and Daryl Miller are our cameramen on the TV10 side, and back at the TV10 and Talk Radio WRNR studio is Nick Verzolini, as we'll now break down the visiting Jefferson Cougars, who come into today's contest with a 2-1 overall record, coming off the bye week last week. The week before that was a 42-20 win at home over Spring Valley, a dominating win, and that's the largest margin they've had this year. The other two one-score games, as in week 1 it was a 21-19 victory at Spring Mills, and then at Sherando in week 2 it was a 34-28 loss in triple overtime for Jefferson. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare tonight. Those first 2 games, they had big leads, let them slip. For Spring Mills, they were able to hang on. For Sherando, they weren't. And then in that second half of Spring Valley, they just looked like a completely different team and were able to just dominate from start to finish. And they want to be able to stay competitive and maybe even do the same here against Martinsburg and pull off the huge upset.
Right, after week 1, you kind of wondered, does that game say more about Spring Mills or does it say more about Jefferson? And I think after we saw what Spring Mills did against Musselman last week, it might have said more about Spring Mills and how good that they've been so far this year. And that Sherando game was probably the worrisome one, but triple overtime, things get kind of hairy over there. But even just being competitive, letting that game get to that point against Sherando could be a little bit worrisome. But they recovered against Spring Valley. Now, granted, Spring Valley, this year's Spring Valley is not Spring Valley of a couple years ago, or at least it hasn't been so far. But they've been playing great competition. But still, coming into this game, you can tell that Jefferson so far this year has really established themselves as a running team between Tayshawn Roper, Dylan Harridge. They run the ball over 30 times a game. They're averaging a pretty good number, 132 rushing yards per game. It's nothing special out of this world, but between Tayshawn Roper and Dylan Harridge, they've both been in the 4.5 to 5 yards per carry range. Both guys have a couple of long touchdown runs, 65 for Roper and 72 for Harridge. Harridge throwing the ball, he's only done it about 16 times per game so far, but he's thrown 5 touchdowns to 1 interception. It's not bad, but they aren't letting him. They're not kind of relying on that. They're not having to drop him back 30 times a game, obviously, based on those numbers. Keyshawn Robinson has not been as involved in this offense first couple weeks of the season as you might expect. He's only got 8 catches for 83 yards in 3 games, and he's also carried the ball 14 times for 73 yards. But that's it. He's got 3 rushing touchdowns. He's got 1 receiving touchdown. So he's at least, when he's getting these touches, he's making use of it. We'll see if they try to feed him the ball a little more today versus what they've done so far this year. If you add that up, 14 carries and 8 receptions in 3 games, he's only touched the ball 7 times a game. And he's definitely the best athlete that you have. So we'll see if they go to that more often, or if it's the Roper and Harridge show back there running the option, running the ball from behind center. So I'm impressed by that. And on the other side, when it comes to defense, Quentin Goins has been really great this year. 4 sacks in 3 games, 8 tackles for loss. We talk how much Rashad Reed has been great as a defensive lineman. He's only got 6 tackles for loss this year in 4 games. Goins has 8 in 3 games. Well, to go with 4 sacks, which would lead Martinsburg as well. And then Noah Mielib with 34 tackles on the year would also lead Martinsburg. And that's, again, just 3 games that they play versus 4 for the Bulldogs. So this is a talented team. Obviously, against Martinsburg, you wouldn't always know what they can do against other teams if you didn't watch the rest of their games. Because, like last year, 63-13, Martinsburg does that to a lot of teams. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. Jefferson's a great team. Great, very well coached by Craig Hunter. They've got a lot of great athletes. Obviously, Keyshawn Robinson probably ends up at WVU. It's going to be a tough matchup, probably the toughest one that Martinsburg's going to see for the rest of the year in terms of the regular season. but Bulldogs might be able to handle it. It always starts up front. You're going to have to block the Bulldogs' defensive line. You're going to be running the ball a lot. You've run the ball 30 times a game so far this year. That offensive line is going to have to block. Xerxes Yancey, Rashad Reed. The game's won up in the trenches, and that's exactly what they're going to have to do today.
Yeah, this game's going to be about double teams. On the offensive line for Jefferson, can you double team Rashad Reed, arguably the best defensive lineman for this Martinsburg team, slow him down and be able to get the ball to a guy that's probably going to get double teamed on your end, and Keyshawn Robinson? Can you get him the ball as much as possible? He is the star. He's the playmaker. But with him being double-teamed so much, that's why you see the limited touches.
Right.
And that's why you've seen guys like Tayshawn Roper have to step up. And another guy, a sophomore in Jackson Rockwell, really has become that deep ball threat so far in the 3 games. He has 7 catches, 181 yards, so almost double the guy behind him in Roper with only 93, and 2 touchdowns, the longest being 70 yards.
Right, that's the kind of stats you would have expected 3 games through for Keyshawn Robinson. But, yeah, those double teams that he gets, obviously, that's part of the reason that he hasn't had that many touches. Only, like I said, 7 per game or so. But how do you find ways to manufacture those things? Jet sweeps, screen passes, whatever it has to be. You got to get the ball into your hands of your best playmakers somehow, some way.
But on the opposite side, he lines up in the backfield. If you're Martinsburg, you're expecting him to get the ball and run, so you're going to sell out and have 7 or 8 guys going after you.
Yeah, that's the tough thing. You gotta. It's a chess match. Football. It's a lot of times when you just look at it, it just seems like guys going up the line, smashing into each other. But there's so much strategy that goes into it. You make a move here, make an adjustment here, and things can change entirely. So what are those adjustments and strategies going to be today?
All right, we're going to step aside and take another break here on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, and on the other side of that break, you'll hear from the head coach of the Jefferson Cougars, and Craig Hunter. This is West Virginia High School Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and TV 10.
Have you been smoking? I can smell it. Hickory. I'm going to watch you smoke the whole pack.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Have you been smoking? I can smell it. Hickory. I'm gonna watch you smoke the whole pack.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Hello?
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
We're the Skinner Brothers. Most folks only need a lawyer once or twice in their lives. And when they're injured or in an accident, most people don't know what to do. We get it. It can be overwhelming.
Nobody likes to be told, you need a lawyer. But that's why we're here. We want to get you back to your normal life and help you recover.
So if you or a loved one has been in an accident, give us a call. Let us figure out how we can get you compensation.
Reach us at SkinnerWins.com or Google Skinner Lawyers. We'll treat you like family.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the coach's interview, brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons. I'm now joined by the head coach of the Jefferson Cougars and Craig Hunter. Coach Hunter, your team 2-1 now on the year, coming off a bye week. What was that preparation like and gearing up for Martinsburg?
Well, the bye week, we took the bye week pretty much as a time to get some guys who were injured better. Recovering from injuries. We took some time to work on some things that we weren't doing efficiently. some technical stuff. We took some time to work on those things and then try to gear toward Martinsburg late in the week and the beginning of the next week, so we just roll right into it. So, I mean, it was mainly focused on us and us getting ourselves better.
How's the season gone so far for your team?
I mean, you're 2-1, so you can't really complain about being 2-1 right now. I feel like we lost a game in triple overtime that we had, and we probably shouldn't have lost it. I think we should probably be sitting 3-0 right now, but 2-1 right now, we'll have no choice but to take it and understand, move on, keep moving on, get ready for Martinsburg.
Now, 2 weeks ago was the last game that you had, but it was a big win here against Spring Valley, and we talked about it just those first 2 weeks, trying to get over the hump of a poor second half. It really seemed like that turned around against Spring Valley, now carrying that momentum 2 weeks later against Martinsburg. Hopefully, obviously, is the case, but that's what you, I guess, expect from your team. So just talk a little bit about the other expectations that you might have for them this week.
Just to go into the game prepared. That's our job as coaches, to make sure these kids are prepared for the game, making sure that and understanding that there's going to be possibilities that they're going to hit big plays on us. But the thing we want to try to eliminate is the big play capability of Martinsburg, to make sure we're prepared for special teams, the onside kicks, making sure we can understand where they're going to come from defensively as far as blitzing and stunting, how they're going to do that thing. So making sure we understand all that and the kids are prepared for that. And any in-game adjustments we have to make, then we'll try to make them the best we can.
How do you prepare for something like that, I guess, is maybe the better follow-up question to have for that?
You try to prepare, we work on onside kicks. We'll do it today a lot. Work on their onside kicks, their sky kicks, understanding the kids know the rules of what they can do with the sky kicks, making sure fair catching. We'll make a decision on whether we want to put our regular team out or hands team out for the kickoff return. And then just, the blitzing. You work on blitzing all the time during the season. So we work on different blitz packages, different blitz stunts. Hopefully, showing the O-line different things, so hopefully they can get them picked up. And then, just trying to stop their big play capability is just getting 11 hats to the ball, corralling them, making sure you short tackle when you get there and don't miss tackles. Main thing for us is just try to play as assignment. Try not to miss any assignments on Friday night. Try to play clean, hard, good football.
Graduating from last year, a lot of your weapons, and now we talked about it during the preseason, guys that could step up, but who are some of the guys that have actually stepped up so far in the few weeks?
I think Jackson Rockwell has stepped up as far as big play capability receiver, catching balls down the field. Tayshawn Roper, Rodrigo Delgado offensively, Tayshawn Roper offensively and in the special teams game. Defensively, Nasir Jacobs has done a big job for us. Still knowing Melab is still doing things. You have Jared Wilberger, and then Quentin Goings obviously has done a good job defensively. And everybody knows Keyshawn is Keyshawn offensively and defensively. So he's always one that does good things for us.
Year 2 for Harich as the quarterback as well. How much has he grown into the position?
He's growing. Sometimes you have that sophomore slump a little bit, so he's grown a little bit. There's some things we worked on and tweaked on during the bye week that we had to get better at. But he's progressing well. We like what he's doing and what he's capable of doing. His run threat capability helps us out a lot, gets us out of a lot of situations. But we have some bumps and bruises like we always do. But he's doing well, and we're pleased at what he's doing for us.
What's your team need to do to get the win?
What we need to do to get the win. I play mistake-free football. Just play mistake-free football. Have fun out there, and just go after it. I mean, they got to go after it. I mean, it's just something like that. You schedule every week, and you go in every week prepared to try to win the game. That's what we're trying to do. We're going to go in here. We're going to try to win the game. We're going to try to play Martinsburg as hard as we can. I feel that we have the capabilities of winning this game. We just have to play the way that we can play, which is Cougar football, and get the job done.
Well, you guys are the last ones to do it, so good luck this Friday, and looking forward to a good one. Anything else, Coach?
Thank you.
Appreciate the time, and again, good luck.
Thank you.
This was our coaches' interviews brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg. They became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons back for more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show right after this. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body. Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
As a lifelong Jefferson County resident, Paul Espinosa has been a champion for the Eastern Panhandle. Paul is the effective, fiscally conservative voice we need in the West Virginia Senate. He's fought for job creation, student-centered education, the rights of the unborn, protecting our family farms, and was a leader in passing income tax relief for all West Virginians. When residents of the 16th Senatorial District cast their votes for their next senator, the choice is clear. Paul Espinosa for West Virginia State Senate. Paid for by Espinosa for Senate, Mary C. Espinosa, Treasurer.
We welcome you back here as we get closer to kickoff between the Jefferson Cougars and the Martinsburg Bulldogs tonight at Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop for Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Our on-site producer is John Alderton. Cameramen are Matt Miller and Daryl Miller. Back in the studio is Nick Verzolini as we now break down the Martinsburg Bulldogs, who are 4-0 on the season, with wins over Clarkson North by a final score of 35-7, Stonebridge 41-7, Boys Latin 48-0, and last week at home against H.D. Woodson 26-12. And it's kind of touched on last week's game, a little closer than we anticipated, but Martinsburg was still able to pitch the second half shutout and get the 2-touchdown win, Dylan.
Right, the final box score doesn't really tell the story of just kind of how much of a struggle for, at the very least, 2 quarters, 2.5, maybe 3 quarters it was for Martinsburg. Because I'd say the main issue, if you finally, you search through this here, you find what the issue was. It was probably the 12 penalties for 110 penalty yards that the Bulldogs ended up having. Because you look at it, eventually 409 total yards to 196. 184 rushing to 94 rushing, 225 passing to 102 passing. You start to look at stuff like that, 17 first downs to 10, and eventually Martinsburg was able to pull away and just kind of keep them at bay, kind of just keeping them at arm's length for the rest of the game. But that H.D. Woodson team was talented. Like, it was not just all, some penalties keeping that game close. That was a talented team, I have to say. But, eventually there was, 3 takeaways by Martinsburg to just 1 for H.D. Woodson. And they pulled away eventually. I think that once you clean... It was the second week in a row that we were worried about penalties for Martinsburg. See if they can clean that up today. Obviously, tensions might be a little higher with this being a conference game, but you got to get that stuff cleaned up. They'll have Tyon Jacobs back, who is coming off of a 1-game suspension for coming off of the sideline and breaking up a fight that was breaking out in the game before H.D. Woodson. But I think if you clean up those penalty yards, that's really the main thing. Other than that, they've been playing pretty flawlessly, in all honesty, because you look at the season stats, and you've got Coy Fagan averaging almost 9 yards per carry, 422 yards on 47 attempts and 5 touchdowns. Murphy Clement not really running the ball the way that we would normally expect. He's got the attempts, 51 attempts, but 179 yards. He's only averaging 3.5 per attempt. He's got 7 touchdowns, though. I think that kind of speaks to they're not really calling a whole ton of design runs for Murphy. He's just kind of stepping back, scrambling, running the ball when he needs to. Kind of how Lamar Jackson has looked this year for the Ravens. Not a whole lot of design runs, but he's getting those touchdowns, those rushing touches down by the goal line when you want it the most. And then Sherrod Musgrove has been really great this year in the special teams game, already a couple special teams touchdowns. And then in the receiving game, he's only caught the ball 7 times, but he got 200 receiving yards, 203 to be exact, and 2 touchdowns. So he's been pretty great this year. All of the Martinsburg receivers, Murphy Clements passed the ball really well, almost 65% completion percentage, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception, 625 yards, only been sacked 4 times. This is a very efficient Bulldogs team that they've had so far this year. And again, it's going to be tough for Martinsburg, or it's going to be tough for Jefferson to get things going against Martinsburg, against obviously the defense as well. Rashad Reed, 6 tackles for loss so far this year. Xerxes Yancey having another great season, leading the team in sacks with 2.5 so far this year. But overall, you got to be happy with Martinsburg's performance outside of their penalties if you're Coach Walker.
Yeah, to add on to that point, Martinsburg's outscored its opponents in the 4 games 150-26 for an average of 37.5.
12 of that was last week.
And 12 of that was, as you said, just last week. So let's step aside and take another break here on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. And on the other side of that break, we'll have the interview with Coach Dave Walker of the Martinsburg Bulldogs, as well as our In the Huddle segment of the show with Martinsburg's Sherrod Musgrove and Jefferson's Tayshawn Roper. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all. And Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars, too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Locust Hill Golf Course invites you to historic Charlestown, West Virginia for 18 holes of phenomenal golf. We're just an hour drive from the Baltimore-D.C. Beltway, 1/2 hour from Winchester and Leesburg, Virginia, as well as Hagerstown and Frederick, Maryland. Each tee offers challenges across the 35 acres of lakes, ponds, and streams, which come into play on 11 holes. The Blue Ridge Mountains also provide a breathtaking backdrop to Locust Hill. Schedule your tee time today at www.locusthillgolfcourse.com or call 304-728-7300. That's 304-728-7300.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time to go in the end zone for our coaches interview, brought to you by Parsons Ford at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons, I'm now joined by the head coach of the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Dave Walker. Coach Walker, congrats on another dominating win last week against Boys Latin. A weird game, had to be stopped short, also a shortened second half, but overall, what were your takeaways?
I mean, I was happy that our kids were able to come out and finish the game off, and we were able to work on some things. But I was glad we were able to get through without any injuries, and our kids played pretty well.
Overall, your team had 420 yards of net yards, of offense, and on the other side only allowed 12 total yards. So domination through and through. The defense, it's really seemed like it's been absolutely lights out this year. Just talk about what you've liked from that.
Yeah, I thought we've been playing really well, especially up front on both sides of the ball. And we kind of knew that coming in. Our guys in that group has worked really hard and had a lot of guys coming back from previous years. So they're doing what we were hoping they were able to do.
Murphy looks healthy. His arm looks fantastic as well, especially with the deep ball. Just talk about how much you've seen him progress throughout the offseason.
Well, he's just worked really hard, and he's very coachable and does everything that is asked of him. And I'm happy to see that he's having a good year so far. So, we look forward to him having continued success and still getting better. Still things he needs to work on to get better, obviously. But so far, he's headed in the right direction.
With only 9 games this year, you're now a third of the way through the regular season. Is this where you expected them to be so far at this point, or are there still some strides that you want to see them take?
We still need to get better. That's our goal, is to continue to get better and every day. So, I'm very pleased with where we're sitting right now, especially the first part of our schedule, not knowing, really what to expect. But to be where we're at is, I'm pleased with it, and just want to see us continue to strive and practice well and do the things, take care of the little things.
H.D. Woodson on the schedule this week, a team that you're familiar with, even though it's been a few years since the last time the two schools have played. What have you seen from this year's Warriors?
A very athletic team, and they look very similar to the previous teams that we've played. They get a lot of speed and very athletic quarterback that can run and extend the play and make things happen. Defensively, they fly to the ball, and a lot of really good athletes, very aggressive, good size, a good football team, well coached.
Who were some of, I guess, maybe their guys that have stood out to you, if any?
Or
any position.
Their quarterback is. He does a lot of things for them. They got a nice running back. They got athletes, all over the field. The quarterback does a good job of just, if the protection breaks down, he's able to extend the play, run sideline to sideline to buy time to get the guys open downfield, and then he can get rid of the ball.
What's the game plan for your side?
Just play like we've been playing all year. Just try to eliminate big plays and mistakes, and try not to have a lot of penalties, and then finish drives. Play well.
Your team. First week, not so much in the second week, but last week it seems like penalties have kind of been an issue, whether it's after the play or we welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller, or maybe of the speed runner, kind of shifty guy in the backfield. Just talk a little bit about how much it helps having that kind of 1-2 punch.
Yeah, and the funny thing about that, both of those guys have power and speed. Coy looks, because he's long and lean, but he's really a hard runner. And where Nick is, a little more compact, it gives you the impression of he's more of a power runner, but Nick's really fast as well. So both those guys are break tackles. They run hard, and they're both fast. So I think sometimes you can't quite, read the book by its cover. So, but they're both really good, doing a really good job.
And a guy on the defensive side of things that really had to step up with Tyon Jacobs being out and fill in that position was Ace Flores. We've seen him a time or two out there as a linebacker, but getting the start, how much did that mean to him, and what did you like from him out on that field?
Yeah, Ace has a lot of ability, and he's doing a good job. He just needs to continue to work on what he needs to do and where he needs to be and what he needs to do after ball snap, but he's only going to get better. He's doing a good job.
A guy that we'll hear later on here in the pregame show, Sherrod Musgrove, doing it on all 3 facets, offense, defense, and special teams. A guy that can, it seems like almost any time out on that punt or kickoff return, bust one for a touchdown. Just talk about how much he benefits your team.
He's a really really good athlete. He's fast. He makes things happen when he's got the ball in his hands, and he's just one of those guys that comes in and kind of silently puts in the work. And, on Friday night, you don't really notice him at times until he has a big play. So, but he does a good job. And again, we just want to continue for those guys to keep getting better and doing the things they're supposed to do.
Your team now 4-0, Coach, after the non-conference part of the schedule, I guess is what you get to call it now, as the only teams remaining all out of the Eastern Panhandle Athletic Conference. Your first test in the EPAC. Jefferson What are you looking forward to in this matchup on Friday?
I mean, I think it's going to be a really good football game. They've got a good team. I've watched them, had a chance to watch them play live, and then watching them on film. They got some talented players, and those guys are playing really well. So it's going to be a big challenge for our guys, and I think it'll be maybe a little more excitement because it's a local team. But I'm glad our guys are going to be able to get into the EPAC schedule and start playing some games that that has a little more excitement to it, a little more feel to it.
Anything else, Coach?
That'll be it.
All right, appreciate the time and good luck this Friday.
All right, thank you.
That was our coach's interview, brought to you by Parsons Ford at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons back for more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show after this. You're tuned into West Virginia High School Football and Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
After a car accident, what do you get when you call Mansion Ferretti?
You get more experience from a local law firm with over 115 years of combined service.
More respect from a team who treats clients like their own family.
And more fight, because we want you to get every dollar you deserve.
Experience, respect, results. If you've been injured, that's what you want in your lawyer.
And that's what you'll get when you call us. Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
This is Senator Patricia Rucker. My record shows that I have led the fight for legislation to provide opportunity for West Virginians, strengthen families, protect our children, and improve education. But there is more work yet to do. West Virginia is on the rise, but we're still playing catch-up. That's why I'm asking for your vote, so that I can go back to Charleston and continue the progress we have made.
Paid for by Rucker for West Virginia, Mike Holtz, Treasurer, rucker4wv.com.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time to go in the huddle, brought to you by the Marius Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Jefferson and Phil McCoy, located at 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Call them today at 304-263-4343. I'm now joined by Tayshawn Roper of the Jefferson Cougars. Tayshawn, running back, defensive back, junior this year. Solid season so far. What have you liked for you and your team?
I liked how we stay composed. We got out to a good start. First game, kind of sluggish because first game, that's how it's always. But the second game, we fought hard. Didn't come out with the win, but we got some good things out of that game. Got back, and then Spring Valley game, we turned it up a little bit. Got good looks, but still got some things that we're going into the Martinsburg game. We feel pretty good about this game, so we just trying to see how it all plays out.
You always been a running back and defensive back?
Yes. I've always been a running back, but when I was littler, I was kind of like bigger, so I used to play like linebacker. But as I transitioned to middle school, they tried me at cornerback, and I liked it ever since.
What was that transition like, and what do you feel like some of your strengths are on the defensive side of the ball?
The transition was kind of easy because in middle school I was already kind of fast. It was just working on my technique, and I feel as I'm a good corner as working on my speed because if you get beat you can have time to catch up, but also you got good footwork too, so that helps too.
And then on the offensive side, what do you feel like some of your strengths are as a running back?
I feel as some of my strengths are I'm a good route runner since I'm like a smaller, speedy back. I got good vision too, and then got a little speed, a little strength too with me.
Over the past few years, Evan Toole was a former running back here, a guy that had over 1,000 yards a season. How much did he help you learn the position?
He helped me a lot. Watching him in practice, he was always in front of me. Taught me some tips and tricks. I would always ask questions too from him. Yeah, so he was a good advice too.
What are some of the goals that you have placed for yourself so far this year?
I would like to either rush for 1,000 yards or have 1,000 all-purpose yards, either one. But that was my goals.
What has been the preparation so far this week to get ready to take on Martinsburg?
The preparation stop their run game. If they don't get the run game going, then they're going to get to the pass. But if we can't stop the run, they're just going to run it down our throat all day. And then on offense, we're just going to try to spread it out, run the ball too, get the running game going, so they open up the passing game for us too.
What are some of the steps that you, as a leader of this team, try to take to make sure everybody stays positive, believes in yourself to be able to pull off this upset against Martinsburg?
Keep the guys going and practice. Energy's low. Some of the leaders, we try get the team hype, get them focused, get them ready. These long practices, we start to get non-focused, so we just try to keep the guys together, keep them together and all that, and yeah.
What are you looking forward to the most?
From the game?
Yeah, for the game, sorry.
Just doing what I do, running the ball, playing defense. I like seeing the team all hype, and yeah.
All right, Tayshawn, appreciate the time and good luck. So I'm now joined in the huddle by wide receiver defensive back Sherrod Musgrove for the Martinsburg Bulldogs. Sherrod, last week our player of the game today. Get the interview for Inside the Huddle. Big game for you last week. It seems like you've really just become more and more explosive as the time goes on this year. Just talk about how you've progressed throughout the season.
You know, just practice, you work hard. The scout team that gives you a good look, so you know what to expect during the game. That's pretty much it. Go hard at practice, come out and play good.
What do you feel like some of your strengths are this year, and what are some of the things that you've really been trying to improve on to get better at?
I say some of my strengths, I say my speed, my quickness, and my defense.
Which side of the ball do you like more, offense or defense, and why?
That's a hard one, bro. I pretty much like them both the same.
Why is that, do you feel like?
You know, they both have their pros and cons. Defense, you know, sometimes it puts you in that mode. You just want to go take somebody's head off. But offense, you know, everybody likes to score touchdowns here and there.
And then special teams, you're also kicking punt return, getting some touchdowns throughout the year on that as well. Just talk about, I guess, going through that, what you have going through your mind during a return and what you're trying to look for to get back to the end zone.
Basically, I just look where all my blockers are at, any open space, and like where their butts turn, try and maneuver and get up in there.
Last week during the post-game interview when you were interviewed by Matt Miller, you were really giving high praise to your teammates, and that helps your success on the field. Just give us a little bit more about that and how much they mean to you.
You know, the way you win football games is when everybody does their job. So as long as they do their job, you do your job, everything should go well.
What's the job that needs done this week to beat Jefferson?
My job specifically, just to do what I do best, keep my eyes out the backfield, stay on the receiver, and just catch balls and make plays.
What are your hopes after this year?
My hopes after this year is to have a D1 offer, go to college, you know, play college football.
All right, Sherrod, appreciate the time and good luck for the rest of the year and hope you get that goal.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
This has been our player interview brought to you by the Mary Scoop of Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy, located at 1270 Winchester Avenue. Call them at 304-263-4343. Back for more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. After this, you're tuned in to West Virginia High School football and talk radio, WRNR and TV 10.
Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value Brand.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Heffley Motor Company off I-81 at 993 Hedgesville Road is a family-owned and operated business providing the Eastern Panhandle with the highest quality pre-owned vehicles and customer service since 1997. Heffley is a pre-owned Carfax Advantage dealer. We're proud to be your partner serving the community. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Call us at 304-267-7172 or see us at 993 Hedgesville Road. If you want to sell your car, we buy cars too. Check us out at Heffley.com. The Heffley Motor Company, a nice place to do business.
2, 1. Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pre-game show. It's now time to get into tonight's starting lineups for the Jefferson Cougars and the Martinsburg Bulldogs. Your starting lineups brought to you by Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, representing accident and injury claims for over 50 years. Go to SkinnerWins.com. And first for the visiting Jefferson Cougars on offense, at left tackles, number 51, Jared Wilberger. At left guard tonight, he will be wearing number 59. It's Quentin Goins. At center, number 64, Kip Waldeck. At right guard, number 50, Michael Graham. At right tackle, number 54, Wyatt Shively. Your wideouts for Jefferson is number 2, Keyshawn Robinson, number 4, Jackson Rockwell, number 15, Demarius Wallace, and number 8, Aiden Miller, and number 5, Caleb Shelton. In the backfield at quarterback, you have number 10, Dylan Harrich. Your running backs going in and out will be number 6, Tayshawn Roper, and number 3, Rodrigo Delgado. On the defensive side for the Cougars, 3-man front, number 51, Jared Wilberger, number 59, Quentin Goins, and number 53, Noah Bajent. Your linebackers are number 34, Nolan Mieleb, number 36, Stephen Cameron, number 0, Nasir Jacobs, and number 3, Rodrigo Delgado. Your cornerbacks are number 6, Tayshawn Roper, and number 15, Demarius Wallace. And your safeties are number 2, Keyshawn Robinson, number 4, Jackson Rockwell. Now for your Martinsburg Bulldogs, at left tackle, number 75, E.J. Hendricks. Left guard, number 79, Brady Breeden. Your center on the offense, number 54, Peyton Kaufman. Right guards, number 50, Rashad Reed. Right tackles, number 55, LaDanian Weller. Your wide receivers are number 1, Sarad Musgrove, number 4, Buzz Dover, number 6, Cash Gideon, number 7, Malachi Williams. In the backfield at quarterback, number 2, Murphy Clement, and your running back is number 3, Coy Fegan, as well as number 5, Nick Buskey will be swapping in and out with him. On the defensive side up front is number 56, Xerxes Yancey, number 50, Rashad Reed, number 58, Will Bass, and number 75, E.J. Hendricks. Your linebackers are number 3, Coy Fegan, number 20, Brady Hager, number 8, Tyon Jacobs. And your corners are number 1, Sarad Musgrove, and number 4, Buzz Dover. Your safeties are number 2, Murphy Clement, and number 6, Cassius Gideon. Again, those are your Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyer starting lineups. We'll now get into tonight's keys to the game. The key to your next car is brought to you by the Dutch Miller Automotive Group, home of friends and family pricing. Dylan, quickly.
We kind of went through them all already during parts of the pregame, but for Jefferson, you got to win in the trenches against this Martinsburg defensive line and find ways to get Keyshawn Robinson the ball more than the 7 times per game that he's averaged so far this year. And for Martinsburg, again, same as last week, your one key to the game, stay disciplined. You had over 100 penalty yards last week, and penalties were a problem the week before. Get that in check.
All right, let's now get our intro to game officials, brought to you by Brown Funeral Home and Cremation, Robert Field & Sons, family-owned full-service funeral home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson, proudly serving the area since 1880. Your head referee is David Warner. Umpire is Faye Slaughter. Line judge Brian Costello. Linesman Tyler Walters. Back judge is Jacob Shook, and another side judge will be Dave Davis. Let's step aside, take our final 2-minute, 10-second break here on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. On the other side of the break, it will be kickoff between the Jefferson Cougars and the Martinsburg Bulldogs, right here on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
The Skinner family has been representing West Virginians for more than 50 years.
We've changed the name of our firm to Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers because we want to be clear about what we do. We represent people who have been in car, truck, and other catastrophic accidents.
We're here to be a voice for the injured and vulnerable, and we take that job seriously with deep commitment to serving our clients wherever they are.
Just Google Skinner Accident Lawyer or visit SkinnerWins.com. We'll treat you like family.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
And that concludes today's pregame show.
We play every play like it's the most important play of the game.
Who let the dogs out? Coming up next, it's the starting lineups, opening kick, and play-by-play action of West Virginia high school football featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. Today's game is being brought to you by
Orsini's Home Store, Modern Realty Results, Cody's Auto Body, The Palace Lounge, CMA Honda, Bechtel Jewelers, the Berkeley County Health Department, Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, Brown's Funeral Home and Cremations, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, the Heffley Motor Company, W. Harley Miller Systems, Smallwood and Small Insurance, Chris Miller and the Dutch Miller Auto Group, Ollie's VIP Lounge, and the Gary Kelly Allstate Insurance Agency.
And now, let's go back to the field and rejoin our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
We welcome you back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium as we get set for the Jefferson Cougars taking on the Martinsburg Bulldogs. Jefferson comes into tonight's contest 2-1 overall. Martinsburg 4-0 as the Cougars try to defeat Martinsburg for the first time since 2007. Out of the last 100 games for Martinsburg against Eastern Panhandle Athletic Conference opponents, the Bulldogs have went on to win 98 out of those 102 losses, coming in 2007 and 2005 to the Jefferson Cougars. As team captains out at midfield for the coin toss for Jefferson. They were in the maroon helmets with the cursive Cougars.
Jefferson has won the toss.
Sign and numbers on the opposite side of the helmets. All white jerseys with maroon letters outlined in gold with Jefferson across the chest on the front. Martinsburg, the black helmets with the white state emblem with the orange M in the middle, orange uniforms with black numbers, black pants. Team captains will shake hands and we will get set for opening kickoff, brought to you by CMA Honda of Winchester, located at 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward. Colin McLaughlin for Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop. Our on-site producers, John Alderton. The cameramen are Matt Miller and Daryl Miller. Back at the studio, it's Nick Verzolini, who you'll hear from at halftime and postgame with some scores from around the state. It's both teams' bands in attendance. Jefferson's band on the far side of the field, playing Seven Nation Army by the White Stripes, and the cheerleaders and dance team for the Cougars getting along with them, as well as some students, it looks like, in the Stars and Stripes theme student section. On the Martinsburg side, looks like a camo theme for the student section tonight, as the marching band for the Bulldogs still trying to file into their seats to get ready, as Jefferson will kick off to Martinsburg, as Martinsburg gets set on the south side of the field. They'll be trying to score in the north end zone. Jefferson defending the north end zone will go towards South High School.
66 degrees here at game time. This is perfect football weather. Now maybe people say it needs to be a little colder for that. I like it where we are.
Getting set to kick off is number 69, Jonathan Pineros for Jefferson, as it's lined up right in the middle of the 40-yard line. Back to return is Musgrove and Gideon for the Bulldogs. Little misstep by Paneros as he resets, and we are off here as it's a low line drive kick caught in the middle of the 10-yard line by Gideon. He comes to the near side, tries to follow his blockers, and will run into the one blocker in front of him just shy of the 30-yard line as he ran into Malachi Williams and will be tackled at the 28. And that's where Martinsburg will start off here with 11:53 to go in the first quarter.
It's a good tackle on the kickoff team by Niceer Jacobs.
The Bulldogs offense marches out from the near sideline onto the field. 1st and 10 at the 28-yard line for Martinsburg as the chains have to be moved. They were 2 yards off, so we wait for that on the far side of the field. They're set. Martinsburg gets into formation. It's Murphy Clement in at quarterback in shotgun formation. He's got 2 receivers to each side of him. The running back and Coy Fagan to his left. Gets the snap from Kaufman. It's a quick screen, wide receiver screen pass to the far side. Bobbled, but eventually brought in by Buzz Dover. But because of the bobble, he can't go anywhere. Loses a yard on the play back to the 27. That'll bring up 2nd and 11 with 11:38 to go and clock winding down in the opening quarter.
I'm not sure if him grabbing the ball right away would have made much of a difference there. It seemed like Jefferson was really on top of that pretty much right away.
So 2nd down and 11 after the loss of 1. Martinsburg has 3 receivers to the near side. The handoff to Clemente, fakes it to Fagan, and he's going to keep it himself, running the near side as a stiff arm now. Tries to lower his shoulder, but 2 Cougars wrapping him up and bringing him down, as that was Robinson and Milov in to make the tackle. As only 1 yard gain, bring up a 3rd and 10 for Martinsburg with 11 minutes to go here in the first.
Yeah, he couldn't quite find a hole to cut up through, so he just kind of had to keep breaking it out to the outside. Good pursuit by Jefferson.
So now they say he actually only got back to the line of scrimmage, so it goes to a 3rd and 11 instead of a yard gain for 3rd and 10. Guy on the far side, the defensive end, jumps, but he was able to get back. No flag thrown against Jefferson. Martinsburg has 3 wide receivers on the far side of the field, 1 to the nearest side for Clement. Clement gets the snap. He's going to keep it himself, run up the middle, has some blockers in front of him. One man gets stiff-armed on the near side, and that'll be enough for a Martinsburg first down, as Clement, after the stiff arm, was able to go to the near sideline and step out of bounds out across the
and that concludes
line. So a gain of 14 makes it 1st and 10 Bulldogs with 10:20 to go in the first.
Yeah, Jefferson's out in the traditional 3-3-5 defense, the Rich Rodriguez version of it. So there was not a lot of guys up front. You kind of had that 6-on-6 in the box, so it was a good time to run that.
Good stiff arm by Clement against Delgado, as now the snap back to Clement. He's going to keep it, now pitch it to Fagan. Fagan jukes past Meal and breaks through the tackle of Delgado out across the 45, just shy of the 50 on the near side of the field. He'll be tackled by Niceer Jacobs at the 48-yard line. So gain of 7 brings up 2nd and 3 with 10 minutes to go in this scoreless first quarter between Jefferson and Martinsburg.
Thought there might have been a little bit of a face mask, but it might have just been a glance across the face instead of a grab. I saw Fagan's head kind of turn.
Trips to the far side of the field, 1 receiver to the nearest side for Clement in shotgun formation with Fagan lined up to his right. He gets the snap from Kaufman, drops back looking to pass, chucks it deep to the middle of the field, but overthrows the receiver off the right hand of Keyshawn Robinson and incomplete, as that one was just too far out in front of Tyon Jacobs, the sophomore receiver.
Yeah,
he had 3rd and 4.
Yeah, Murphy had a guy coming right in his face as he threw the ball down the field, and it was just, too much pressure there for me to make an accurate throw.
Ball on the 48-yard line of Martinsburg, 9:42 to go in the first quarter, still scoreless. It is 3rd down and 4 for the Martinsburg offense here on the opening drive of the first quarter. You have Dover and Musgrove, the 2 receivers on the far side of the field. Gideon and Jacobs to the near side. Fagan lined up to the right side of Clement. Clement gets the snap, going to keep it himself, tries to follow the block of Fagan. And he'll now cut to the right side, out across the 50. Has enough for the first down. Is now a late flag thrown as some jawing between some 2 players. It looks like that's LaDainian Weller for Martinsburg, as well as, I believe, for Jefferson, Jared Wilberger. We'll see who the flag's on after the play. And it's a personal foul penalty going against Jefferson, as now, after that, Wilberger's going to get an earful on the far side.
Yeah, just a very obvious late push after the play's over. Unnecessary. And there was not even really that hard of a provocation by Martinsburg. So it's easy flag. It's not disciplined football right there.
So that puts the ball at Jefferson's 32-yard line for the Martinsburg offense with 9:36 to go here in the first quarter, 1st and 10. Snap to Clement, jet sweep to Gideon from left to right. Gideon gets some shifty moves, but only gets 2 yards after that as he's eventually wrapped up by Roper and Delgado on the near side at the 35-yard line. So a gain of 4 will bring up 2nd down and 6.
5-yard gain, 2nd down 5 at the 26-yard line.
Martinsburg trying to go a little quickly here, already in formation, but waiting for the call. You have Jacobs and Gideon, the 2 receivers on the right. On the left is Dover, now Kyrie Bunny. Clement in shotgun formation with Fegan to his right. Gets the snap, dropping back, looking to the near side, pump fakes. As all day in the pocket. Now he rolls out to his left, looking in the deep side of the corner of the end zone. It's caught, but he's out of bounds, as that pass intended for Musgrove will bring up 3rd down and 5 at the 26-yard line.
It was great protection by the offensive line. There was just no one that was able to get open down the field. I think they were running that same sort of fake screen wheel route down the field that has gotten them a couple big plays already this year in the first handful of games. But Jefferson saw that one coming, must have studied the tape pretty well, but just couldn't quite fit that one in bounds on the throw.
Yep, great protection by the offensive line of Martinsburg, but even better coverage by the Jefferson secondary. 3rd down and 5 at the 26 of the Cougars. Snap to Clement, he keeps it himself on the read option. Slips through the tackle. Milub now on the right side. Eventually grabbing the jersey, slowing him down is Delgado, but Clement has enough for a Martinsburg 1st down out across the 15. Unless they say he stepped out of bounds just before that, it looks like at the 17-yard line, but it's still enough for a Martinsburg 1st down as the chains move.
I mentioned in pregame that Murphy Clement has not really had a ton of design runs this year. He's had a solid bit of attempts, but some of that scrambling out. That's been different on this drive. 4 calls of his own rushing the ball.
8:40 to go in the first quarter. 1st and 10 at the 17. Clement hands it off to Fegan. Fegan on the right side out across the 10 now, pushed out of bounds at the 5-yard line by Robinson as well as Goins. So that puts the ball at the 5-yard line, so make it a 1st and goal for the Bulldogs on the 12-yard run by Coy Fegan.
The Cougars are going to have to find some way to slow down the rushing attack, because that's all that's going to do is drill this clock down as we go.
Martinsburg with a heavy package lining up quickly. Under center is Clement. He hands it off to Fegan. Fegan comes to the right side and into the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs. 8:27 to go in the first quarter. It's now Martinsburg 6, Jefferson nothing. A 5-yard run by Corey Fegan to open up the night for Martinsburg. And that's tough. I know yesterday when I went to practice, Jefferson was trying to key as best as they could on that exact formation, making sure they were overloaded the correct side, lining up as quick as Martinsburg does. But each time I saw them practice that, they were practicing the run up the middle. This time Fegan, instead of going up the middle, goes to the right side of the line and in for 6.
Well, frankly, that's what Martinsburg's done pretty much every time out of that formation, or at least a lot of the times. It's kind of more of an outside run to the tackle more so than up the middle, and it's had great success so far this year. It's just blocked very well.
Page on to attempt the extra point, snaps low. Fegan gets the hold down, kick is up, and it misses to the left. So the score with 8:27 in this first quarter remains Martinsburg 6, Jefferson nothing. We'll step aside, take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
With
4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states. Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all. And Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars, too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
We welcome you back as it's now Martinsburg on top of Jefferson. 6-0 here with 8:27 to go in the first quarter. As on to kick off is Cody Page after missing the extra point for Martinsburg. He'll set the ball at the 40-yard line, right side hash on the tee, and he's ready to kick it away. It's a short end-over-end kick to the left side at the 30-yard line. It'll be fair caught by Jefferson, as waving for it to make the fair catch was Roper, but it was brought down by Jackson Rockwell.
Well, that was a 11-play, 71-yard drive by Martinsburg to open things up. Ended with a 5-yard touchdown run by Coy Fagan. Lot of running the ball that time. All those yards for Martinsburg came via the rushing attack. -2 yards on 0 of 3 attempts for Murphy Clement passing.
Scoring drive summary brought to you by Paul Espinosa for State Senate, effective fiscally conservative voice for the 16th District. 1st and 10 for Jefferson at its 29-yard line. Snap back to Harrich. He hands it off to the running back, who tries to go up the middle, but swarmed by Orange as he gains a yard out across the 30. It looks like they might have set his forward progress, got him 2 yards to the 31, as that was Roper in on the carry to make it 2nd and 8.
That's going to be the key to this game. Can you run up the middle on Martinsburg? Not a lot of teams can.
So you got Harrich in shotgun formation with Roper to his right, 3 receivers to the near side, 1 receiver to the far side. It's Martinsburg. That's 7 in the box, sending pressure. Pass low to the near side as it's in and out of the hands of Roper from Harrich and falls incomplete. As Harrich kind of had to pump fake and improvise after he wanted to get the ball out sooner, but it would have went right into the hands of linebacker Nick Buskey, who was just right there jumping up trying to get the deflection.
I thought Robinson was blocking for a screen, but then all of a sudden he turned around and was there. Harrich just skipped the ball on a hop to Robinson.
So that brings up 3rd down and 8 with 7:45 to go in the first quarter as whistles blow. They had Jefferson accidentally gain a yard on that one, so they have to move the ball back to the 31 of the Cougars. Again, 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Snap back to Harrich. He drops back looking to pass, steps up in the pocket, going to scramble now on the far side of the field, and he's pushed out of bounds by Yancey, but he's able to stumble his way and tiptoe on that far sideline and get enough for the Jefferson first down out across the 40-yard line. No, they say he stepped out, it looks like at the 39, but still got the first.
That's probably how Jefferson's going to have to pick up 3rd down conversions, especially on 3rd and long today. Dylan Harrich has not had to step back and throw the ball deep down the field too much this year, or at least in a successful fashion.
Direct snap to Harrich, and he's going to try to lower his shoulder and go up the middle. And he's able to gain 2 yards of his own, bring up a 2nd and 8 out across the 40 at the 41-yard line. Looks like they might give him the 42-yard line by the nose of the ball, so a gain of 3 actually brings up 2nd and 7 with 7:15 to go in this first quarter. It's Martinsburg 6, Jefferson nothing.
Looks like on this play you've got Murphy Clement matched up with Keyshawn Robinson in the slot on the right side.
Expect that a lot tonight if he's lined up in the slot. Martinsburg's defensive line trying to switch around as well. It's the snap back from Waldeck to Harrich. He has to step up. Rolls out to his left, has a wide open man on the near sideline. It's Caleb Shelton. He catches it, goes out across the 35 and will step out of bounds as that was just broken coverage by Martinsburg. A big play for the Cougars with 6:45 to go here in the first. They're in Bulldog territory, and they say he stepped out at the 33-yard line. 33.
So it's man coverage on that play. Harrich starts to roll out. He gets towards the line of scrimmage out on the outside. Cash Gideon comes off of his man to try to go and tackle Harrich. Harrich makes the heads-up play to throw it over his head to a wide-open Shelton, who now has no one on it.
So 1st and 10 at the 32-yard line they give him. of Martinsburg with 6:45 to go in the first. Harwich looks left, sends Shelton in motion from left to right now to the far side. Gets the snap, dropping back the pass. Overthrows this receiver, Keyshawn Robinson, and it's almost intercepted by Musgrove. But Musgrove unable to reach out and make the catch at the 20, so it falls incomplete with 6:41 to go here in the first quarter. It's now 2nd and 10.
Just over the head of Robinson. I mean, he kind of had him there on the out route from the slot. It wasn't the most wide open window in the world, but it should have been an easy completion.
3 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near for Harwich. And he's able to get the entire defensive line of Martinsburg to jump off sides on the fake snap call. So that's an encroachment penalty, 5-yard penalty for Jefferson. Will make it now 2nd and 5 at the 27 of Martinsburg.
Is this going to be the 3rd week we have to talk about it? Penalties. You've come, over or around 100 penalty yards the last 2 weeks in a row.
2nd and 5. Low snap, bobbled by Harwich. He has to keep it himself. Has space on the left side, lowers his shoulder into Dover, but Dover is able to grab on and bring him down as he's only able to gain 1 yard as Harwich. That brings up now a 3rd down and 4 at the 27-yard line.
Well, at least for Jefferson, that offsides penalty got you to a 3rd and pretty manageable rather than 3rd and 9 it would be otherwise.
Jefferson breaks the huddle. It's 3 receivers on the far side. The lone receiver to the Martinsburg sideline here to the near side of the press box is Rockwell. Harwich is set. Roper to his right, gets a snap, dropping back, looking deep to pass. Now steps up in the pocket, fires it to Rockwell, but it's over his head in the middle of the end zone and incomplete. And that brings up 4th down and 4, so now it's decision time for Jefferson at Martinsburg's 27, down 6-0.
I think you go for it. And I think you should have known that going in. I don't really like the call of passing it deep down the field. There weren't really short routes on that throw. Maybe Harwich could have taken off and run for the 4 yards, possibly.
I thought so.
I think so, yeah.
Jefferson ready to go. Martinsburg trying to get set. Now they stop, look to the far side to get the actual play call as they were trying to just get Martinsburg to jump off sides again. 4th and 4. Snap to Dylan Harwich. He drops back looking to pass. Can't find anybody, so he's going to keep it himself. Does he have the 1st down? It's going to be really close as he was tripped up out across the 25. Looks like they're putting it at the 23, and that's a 1st down for Jefferson as he's just able to get there.
Second time this drive, Harwich has taken off on 3rd down and gotten to exactly the line to gain. And again, that's how even a 5-yard penalty can kill you. That could have been 3rd and 9 instead, or 4th and 9. Instead, it was 4th and 4, and he picked up exactly 4 yards.
So 1st and 10 at Martinsburg's 22 now for Jefferson. Clock winding down. 5:40 now. Snap back to Harwich. He hands it off to Roper. Roper sheds through 1 tackle, comes to the near side, out across the 15, just shy of the 10 in between there at the numbers. They say he was stopped at the 14-yard line, so a gain of 8 on the play makes it now 2nd and 2 as Jefferson's offense right now moving the ball fairly well here in its opening drive of the game.
They are. At this point, they should have been stopped, but they're coming up big when they need to. They're getting some breaks here. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
2nd and 2. Harwich gets the snap, hands it off to Roper, and Roper tries to go to the right side on an outside zone, but Yancey as well as Jacobs waiting there for him. Hancock gives him some help. It's a loss of 2 on the play to bring up now 3rd down and 4 at Martinsburg's 16-yard line. 4:40 to go in this first quarter. It's Martinsburg 6, Jefferson nothing. 3 receivers to the far side of the field, 1 to the near side for the Cougars. Harwich tries to warm his hands up, gets the snap, play action pass is deflected, but caught in the slot by Shelton, and he has a 1st down for Jefferson at the 6-yard line. So a 10-yard completion brings up 1st and goal for Jefferson.
Attempted a deflection. I saw it coming. I'm not sure if it actually...
I saw it hit because I could see the change in the spin.
You think so? It was hard for me to tell from here, but it worked out in the end. Shelton was there, got the 10-yard gain and the first down.
First and goal at the 6-yard line for Jefferson. Harris in shotgun formation with Roper to his right. Gets the snap, going to directly go up the middle is Harris, trying to push forward, but he's brought back. He only was able to get to the original line of scrimmage, so that keeps it second and goal at the 6. Clock winding down now with 4 minutes to go here in this first quarter. It's Martinsburg 6, Jefferson nothing, but Jefferson knocking on the door.
They've really grinded out a pretty good drive here. You got 4 plays to get 6 yards.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 in the near. You got the tight end and Nolan Mila lined up on the right side of the line. Harris in shotgun formation with Roper lined up to his right. Gets the play call from the far sideline, now barks it out to his teammates. Snap back to Harris. He hands it off to Roper. Roper comes to the left side and untouched into the end zone. Touchdown, Jefferson. 3:26 to go in the first quarter, and we're tied at 6 between Jefferson and Martinsburg.
Good play there, good blocking, and Roper was able to bounce that out to the outside, uses acceleration out there. There was no one containing the edge for Martinsburg. There was no corners out there. And he's just able to pretty much walk into the end zone after a quick burst.
So extra point pending. Jefferson can take the lead with it if they make it, as on to attempt the PAT is Jonathan Paneros. Snap is back, kick is up. It's a wobbly one, but it's through the uprights and good. And with 3:26 to go here in the first, it's now Jefferson 7, Martinsburg 6. We'll step aside, take a 1-minute break. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
WVU Medicine is pleased to introduce 8 new providers who've joined University Health Associates East and our medical staffs at Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center. Physician's Assistant Casey Wiebel, Emergency Medicine, Dr. Mark Seymour, Anesthesia, Dr. Farman Ali, Neurology, Dr. Christopher Redman, Rheumatology, Dr. Sierra Hart, Emergency Medicine, Physician's Assistant Carly Kremer, Cardiology, Nurse Practitioner Jennifer Gorgal, General Surgery, and Nurse Practitioner Corey Lapai, OBGYN. Welcome to WVU Medicine.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Back with 3 minutes, 26 seconds to go in the first quarter between Jefferson and Martinsburg. Jefferson now leads 7-6. Kick away, bouncing at the 15, eventually will be caught by Gideon off the hop. He now has blockers in front of him, out across the near side hash marks off to the races, but at the 40-yard line of Jefferson is where Keyshawn Robinson will catch up and bring him down. If it wasn't for the fastest guy in the state in on that kickoff, Gideon would have broke away for a 4-short touchdown.
That's about pretty much what I was about to say. Literally any other team in the state, Martinsburg couldn't be playing, that's a touchdown. But Keyshawn Robinson is the one guy out here that can pretty quickly, too. I noticed him on the outside. I was like, oh, there's Robinson. And, man, and it's coming off of a 14-play, 71-yard touchdown drive by Jefferson, too, ending with a 6-yard touchdown.
So 1st and 10 at the 37. The snap back to Clement. He keeps it himself, runs to his right side, sheds off a tackle, steps out of bounds just shy of the 30. They'll say he stepped out at the 32-yard line. A gain of 5 brings up 2nd and 5. By the way, that scoring drive summary brought to you by Paul Espinosa for State Senate, an effective, fiscally conservative voice for the 16th District. 2nd down and 5, 3 minutes, 11 seconds to go in the first quarter. Jefferson 7, Martinsburg 6. Martinsburg, though, on Jefferson's 32 after the long kickoff return for Gideon to set up the Bulldog offense. 2 receivers to each side of Clement. You got Fegan in at running back to his left. Kaufman snaps it back. Clement gets it, rolls out to his left. Has a lot of protection now underneath in the flat. It's caught at the 10-5 and drilled at the 5-yard line's the receiver. But it's enough for a 1st and goal, Martinsburg. What a play there for the Bulldogs, as that was Malachi Williams in to make the catch.
He was running full speed for that end zone, and he just ran into one of Jefferson's players. Couldn't quite make the
adjustment. I couldn't see who it was. I think it was Robinson, but not 100% sure.
I think it might have been.
But it's 1st and goal now for Martinsburg at the 4-yard line of Jefferson, and they're going to go with that heavy package again. 2:45 to go in the first. Martinsburg breaks the huddle, lines up quickly. Everybody in the box for Jefferson. Snap to Clement under center. He's going to keep it himself, and Jefferson reads that one perfectly as Clement had to try to chase out to his right, and will be wrapped up at the 10-yard line. A loss of 6 on the play. Going to make the stop, and he's hurt. See,
yeah, he is.
At the 15-yard line, is slow to get up. As well now. Get our first quarter sponsors. He is up, so it looks to be okay, but he'll be slow over to the far side as they make sure. Our first quarter presented on TV 10 by the Dutch Miller Automotive Group, home of Friends and Family Pricing, as well as Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Robert Field & Sons, family-owned, full-service funeral home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson, proudly serving our area since 1880. Still 2nd and goal for Martinsburg. 2 minutes, 22 seconds to go here in the first. It's Jefferson 7, Martinsburg 6. Martinsburg at the 10 of Jefferson.
That was a great play by the Jefferson defense. Martinsburg gave you the look that they had done before, but they tried to give you a similar look and then branch off of it, and they saw it coming the whole way with the Clement keeper.
Martinsburg goes back to the spread. Snap to Clement. Jet sweep again, this time to the near side for Musgrove. Musgrove off a tackle, goes to the pylon, loses the ball, and it's recovered by Martinsburg for the touchdown. 2:05 to go, makes it 12-7 Bulldogs on top of Jefferson. As I'm not sure if they said Musgrove was in before he lost the ball or not.
There was no touchdown signal until the ball was picked up by, I believe, Rashad Reed.
They just handed it off to the official, so I couldn't tell if it was him or Fegan. They were both there, but I think you're correct that Reed fell on top of that one, so we'll have to wait and see when we get the stats over the weekend who that touchdown's credited to.
I'm going to say that was Reed.
Martinsburg going for 2. Clement lines up under center. Snap back. Play action pass to the right side as he rolls out. And the pass overthrown to the intended receiver. A buzzed over, goes incomplete, so the 2-point conversion for Martinsburg, no good. 2:05 to go in the first quarter. It's now Martinsburg 12, Jefferson 7. Let's step aside, take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
We are back. 12-7 lead for Martinsburg now over Jefferson with 2:05 left in the first quarter. Kickoff by Cody Page to the far side. Will be caught by Roper at the 25 on the far side of the field. Tries to bring it to the near side and goes back 5 yards at the 20. By doing so, at the right hash marks, he'll be brought down by a swarm of Bulldogs. That's where Jefferson's offense will start off.
4-play, 32-yard touchdown drive by the Bulldogs after a great kickoff return by Gideon. Results in a 1-yard touchdown by Rashad Reed. I think that's what the official statistic would be after Musgrove fumbled at the 1-yard line.
Scoring drive summary brought to you by Paul Espinosa for State Senate, an effective, fiscally conservative voice for the 16th District. 1st and 10 for Jefferson as a sideline warning now on Martinsburg. First and 10 at the 20-yard line for the Cougars with exactly 2 minutes to go here in the first quarter. And just a note for Martinsburg, buzzed over currently out to the left side of the sideline being stretched out as it looks like he might have rolled an ankle during that two-point conversion. Pass caught on the near side now is Robinson. Robinson able to slip off Ace Flores. He's eventually able to get him back out across the 30 as Flores and Fagan able to tackle him, but that's a first down as a gain of 12 on the completion from Harwich to Keyshawn Robinson.
It's a good way to try to get Keyshawn the ball. If you think that they're going to be playing man-to-man, just run him on some drag routes short across the field where he can use his speed to get open.
Now for Martinsburg, Dover up and jogging over to his teammates, so we'll see if he comes back in after this play.
Yeah,
First and 10 at the 32.
It's Izzy Martinez out on the left corner side right now.
Two receivers to each side of Harwich. He gets the snap. Jet sweep to Robinson, and Robinson in the backfield will be wrapped up by the feet and brought down by Nick Buskey. So that is a loss of 1 on the play to bring up second down.
Yeah, that's the tough thing with this offense and getting Robinson the ball is you want to do it as much as you can, but Martinsburg's going to have so many eyes on him whenever he moves anywhere across the field. And that time they saw it coming on the jet sweep.
Second down at the 32. Martinsburg looks like they're going to send a blitz. Play action pass. It's tipped up into the air, and it falls as that off the hand of Harwich, deflected by Hendricks. And that one was just floating around behind the line. Harwich was ready to catch it, and then just was unable to do so.
Well, I think it was actually a good heads-up play by Harwich to not catch the ball, because if he catches it and goes to the ground, it's probably about a 5 to 10 yard loss, whereas he lets it hit the ground and it's just an incompletion.
He also risked taking a shot by one of the defensive linemen just waiting for you, licking their chops on the Bulldog side. Third down and 10 at the 32. 53 seconds to go in the first quarter. It's Martinsburg 12, Jefferson 7. Harwich gets the snap, dropping back the pass. He's going to have to scramble now, tries to escape the pressure, rolls out to his right, almost gets tripped up by Buskey. He's now able to fire a pass on the far side in and out of the hands of Martinsburg's Sarad Musgrove. It falls incomplete and brings up a 4th and 10, as now it looks like Jefferson going to have to punt as Quentin Goins gets ready to go back. Back to return will be Musgrove and Clement, I believe, for the Bulldogs.
Martinsburg brought the blitz that time. Will Bass, as a result, was able to come through the line untouched and immediately flushed Harwich out of the pocket.
And then Nick Buskey was able to kind of trip up Harwich a little bit to make him not have time to set his feet over towards that far sideline to have that pass.
Yeah, and it's just a tough throw to try to make running down the field.
44 seconds in this first quarter. Jefferson back. The punt is Quentin Goins, wearing 59 tonight. A high snap over the head, and it bounces at the 5 for Goins. Goins trying to figure out what to do, and he's going to be pushed back into the end zone, but he fires a pass, and it's caught out across the 10 now on the far side. Out to the sideline, and steps out of bounds at the 25, they say. So instead of it almost being a safety or a tackle at the 1 yard line, Jefferson able to get a pass out to, I believe that was to Keem Drake. Heads-up play there by Goins.
I guess that's the advantage of having your punter be, I believe, also your backup quarterback.
He was the starter last year.
Right, at least for a very short time at the beginning of the year. And that was almost a complete disaster. To get anything out of that is a miracle.
So they say he stepped out at the 24, but still not the best field position if you're Jefferson. Martinsburg, you're take it. But you could have had it right at the 1.
Yeah, or even a safety there if you weren't careful.
30 seconds to go in the first. Snap back to Clemente, hands it off to Fagan. Fagan going to be met right at the line of scrimmage by Mila. Lowers his shoulder and is able to get to the 20-yard line. So a gain of 4 on the play will bring up second down and 6. With 15 seconds to go in the first quarter, it's Martinsburg 12, Jefferson 7. Clock winding down. And Dave Walker, the head coach of Martinsburg, points to the clock, and he starts walking over to the other side, so it looks like the Bulldogs will be content with this being the end of our first quarter. Martinsburg 12, Jefferson 7 is your score here at the end of one. We'll head to the second after this 1 minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Welcome back here as we head to the second quarter between Jefferson and Martinsburg. Martinsburg with the ball at Jefferson's 20-yard line with a second down and 5 to go. Martinsburg leads 12-7 at the end of the first. The start of the second quarter now. 3 receivers to the far side. The snap back to Clement. He fakes the handoff to Fegan, going to keep it himself on the read option, runs to the left side, tries to tiptoe on the sideline, but will be pushed out by Mielub of Jefferson just shy of the 10 at the 11-yard line. So another a 9-yard gain makes it a first down for Martinsburg on the 2nd and 5.
Good day running the ball so far for Murphy. His last attempt near the goal line was a loss of 6, but outside of that, he's gotten himself gains of 14, 6, 8, 5, and 9. They're running the ball well, which is not good news for Jefferson.
So now first down and 10 at the 11. Another read option. Clement keeps it himself out across the 5. Tries to dive for the goal line, but holding him back was Mielub. That's just shy of the first down, so it'll be second down and inches at the 2-yard line with 11 minutes to go here in the second quarter.
Good play there. The QB bash, you bring the guys from the right side. You're pulling towards the quarterback, away from the running back, which is unusual.
Spread formation for Martinsburg. Snap back to Clement. He hands it off to Fegan, and Fegan goes right up the middle and into the end zone. Another touchdown for the Bulldogs. 10:48 to go in the second quarter. It's now Martinsburg 18, Jefferson 7. That one looked too easy, Dylan. The offensive line to create a hole, and Fegan was able to just go straight up the middle and in.
Yeah, and that's his 7th rushing touchdown of the year so far, brings him even with Murphy Clement for the team lead.
And it looks like, again, Martinsburg's going to attempt a 2-point conversion. They were unsuccessful the last time. So the ball will be spotted at the 3-yard line, and it looks like they want it placed to the Martinsburg side hash mark, so the left side hash mark. You have Clement in shotgun formation. And this is a very strange formation for the Bulldogs. Everybody kind of packaged in together. As he sends Gideon in motion to the right, gets the snap, rolls out to his right, now has to try to get to the near side. What a job by Murphy Clement as he rolled out to the right, stopped, tried to stay in the pocket, and then saw that he had space to the left and took it himself into the end zone to make it 20-7. 10:40 here in this second quarter. We'll step aside, take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and CV10.
Locust Hill Golf Course invites you to historic Charlestown, West Virginia for 18 holes of phenomenal golf. We're just an hour drive from the Baltimore, D.C. Beltway and 1/2 hour drive from Winchester and Leesburg, Virginia, as well as Hagerstown and Frederick, Maryland. Each tee offers challenges across the 35 acres of lakes, ponds, and streams which come into play on 11 holes. The Blue Ridge Mountains also provide a breathtaking backdrop to Locust Hill. Schedule your tee time today at www.locusthillgolfcourse.com or call 304-728-7300.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question. proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else, and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
We welcome you back as Martinsburg has extended its lead now to 20-7 over Jefferson with 10:48 to go in this second quarter. As Martinsburg on to kick off will be Cody Page. Page sends a high end over end kick to the near side, caught at the 30-yard line, and it'll be fair caught by Shelton at the 31 of Jefferson. 1st and 10 to start off the offense of the Cougars again.
It was short field position for Martinsburg again after another bad ending to a drive for Jefferson. 4 plays, 22 yards for the touchdown, and then with another 2-yard rushing touchdown by Coy Fagan.
Scoring drive summary brought to you by Paul Espinosa for State Senate, an effective, fiscally conservative voice for the 16th District. 1st and 10 at the 31 for Jefferson with 10:47 to go in this second quarter. 2 receivers to each side of Dylan Harrich in at quarterback with Roper at running back to his left. He sends Robinson in motion from right to left underneath, and pass intended for Robinson from Harrich over his head and over to the far sideline. It goes incomplete.
It's been tough sledding so far for Jefferson trying to pass the ball. Only 3 for 9 passing. Pretty good numbers on those 3 completed passes. Completions of 26, 10, and 11 yards. First one was kind of a broken play, but otherwise, not a whole lot going.
So 2nd down and 10 at Jefferson's 31 for Jefferson. Harrich in shotgun formation again sends Robinson in motion from right to left. Gets the snap and will hand it off to the running back, Tayshawn Roper. But a great job by Rashad Reed to just bully his blocker and Kip Waldeck to center. Wrap him up while also hanging on to Waldeck, and then Yancey able to finish the job. It's a loss on the play to bring up 3rd down and 12 at the 29-yard line.
Reed started out today's game down by 2 on Quentin Goins for the EPAC lead in tackles for loss. So it's going to be a fight here as Reed will try to surpass that number today.
10 minutes to go here in this second quarter. 3rd down and 12 at the 29 for Jefferson. It's Martinsburg 20, Jefferson 7. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Harrich gets the snap. Going to go up the middle. Has space. Runs to the near sideline out across the 40. Just shy of the 45. They'll say he stepped out at the 45. So Harrich with his feet able to pick up another 1st down as a gain of 16 on the play. Makes it 1st and 10 Jefferson.
It really feels like that's been Jefferson's best offense so far today, has been dropping back for these pass plays, and then Harrich takes off and runs. Martinsburg playing a lot of man coverage doesn't really leave anyone in a zone to be there to stop Harrich from running down the field.
So 1st and 10 now at the 45-yard line of Jefferson. 2 receivers to the near side at tight end on the left, as well as 1 wide receiver to the outside hash marks on that far side. Snap back to Harrich. He fakes the handoff, rolls out to the left, looking deep, chucks it for Rockwell. Rockwell falls down. It's intercepted by Musgrove. There is a flag, though, as Musgrove tries to extend the play now. Running over to the near side, high-stepping, gets a block out across the 50. Will go down at the 45 as waiting for him was Dylan Harrich, but all that for nothing as that looked like it was a pass interference against Buzz Dover, kind of tripping up Jackson Rockwell. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but that I think is what the flag has to be.
What it is. I'm not even really sure that Buzz needed to do that. I don't really know that Rockwell was going to get under that pass. Musgrove might have intercepted it no matter what.
And that is the call, pass interference against Martinsburg. So that takes away the interception. Will be a 15-yard penalty on the Bulldogs. Put Jefferson in Martinsburg territory at the opposite side now, at the 40-yard line of the Bulldogs with 9:29 to go here in this second quarter.
It's a break for Jefferson again that they get to continue a drive off of a Martinsburg penalty. It's only the Bulldogs' second penalty so far, so better in that department so far, but it's been costly, the timing of them.
1st and 10 at the 40. Snap to Harrich. He hands it off. Up the middle goes Robinson. He loses the ball, but it bounces right up to him off the hands of Malachi Williams. So Keyshawn Robinson able to recover his own fumble as he just burst through the hole. It was so quick, the handoff bounced right off of him.
So turnover luck is a thing. Not every turnover is created equally. It's not all just the mistake of the offensive player. It's whether the defense is able to capitalize on it that results in whether a turnover happens or not.
A gain of 4 on that brings up 2nd and 6 at the 36 of Martinsburg for Jefferson. That snap goes past Harrich, and he's going to just have to fall on top of that one. A huge loss brings up 3rd and long. And they'll say that he was able to wrap it up at the 50. And the other referee says at the 48, so that's where I thought it was.
Well, it looks like
sideline judge.
Looks like they're going to split the difference, put it at the 49.
So that makes it a 3rd and a country mile with 8:20 to go here in this second quarter. It's Martinsburg 20, Jefferson 7.
It's been tough enough. I think Martinsburg needs to try to go with some zone coverage here to stop Harrich, or at least a quarterback spy, if nothing else.
Jefferson going to have to use a timeout as they got confused there. They wanted to go 5 wide, but weren't sure where to space everyone. We'll keep it here for this timeout. Jefferson will have 2 timeouts left. Martinsburg will have 3. It is 3rd down and 22 at the 49-yard line of Jefferson. As the Cougars were in Martinsburg territory, but another bad snap. You got to see one earlier on the
long snap.
Punt, and now this time the snap just goes past Dylan Harrich.
I haven't watched closely enough to notice if Jefferson's center is also their long snapper. That's not always the case for a lot of teams. Long snapper can really be anybody. But that being said, they're going to have to get that under control. I was just talking about with the Martinsburg defense here. When you're playing a lot of man coverage, what is happening with the defense? You're either having your safeties back in deep coverage. You have everyone else on the field that isn't rushing. The passer is covering a receiver. So that means that if the quarterback is able to break out of contain and run down the field, in theory, there's not ever going to be anybody there to stop him until they notice it. He's past the line of scrimmage, and guys can come off the receivers. So you need a quarterback spy, or you need to go to zone coverage for a situation like this 3rd and long, where Jefferson's best offense has been the quarterback scramble.
3rd down and 22 as Jefferson's timeout has concluded. Both teams back out onto the field. You got 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far. Snap back to Harrich. He drops back, looking to pass. Feels the pressure. Will Bass has to roll out, now chucks it out of play to the near sideline and away. Martinsburg trying to call for an intentional grounding, but I don't think they're going to get it. It's still 4th down either way.
He was probably still within the tackle box, even though he was backed up very far down the field.
Trying to remember how much Coach explained it to me, because last week when we talked about this penalty, he's the one that actually texted me and told me about the rule change. They've kind of took away the tackle box as well, I believe, and kind of have it
there's
a
the
4-yard space, I believe, from the hash mark. So either way, it looks like they decide that there is a flag for intentional grounding. So
yeah. I think that's the right call. He was not. I don't think he was far enough outside of the pocket. He was still pretty much a straight drop back, even though he ran back about 10, 15 yards.
Jefferson was ready to punt, and now they're frustrated that they see the flag late. So that's going to back up the ball with 7:57 to go here in the second quarter. It's Martinsburg 20, Jefferson 7. It was a 4th down and 22, but because of this intentional grounding penalty, we'll have to wait and see where they spot it. Your second quarter brought to you by Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Go to HagerstownFord.com, as well as Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, representing accident injury claims for over 50 years. Go to SkinnerWins.com today. As the ball, it looks like, will be backed up now, trying to see where exactly they stop on this intentional grounding. That looks like they put it at the 35-yard line.
So it's about a 14, 15-yard penalty. I don't think it's exactly 15. I believe it's 14.
And now coach for the Jefferson Cougars, Craig Hunter, trying to plead his case on the intentional grounding. As I know he knows the rule, trying to explain maybe that side to the officials, but the officials saying it's still an intentional grounding.
Yeah, I mean, if it's the same as college NFL, like Coach Hunter told us, then you have to be outside of the, whatever you want to call it, the tackle box or just the confines of the play, which means you have to get to the outside. Then you have to throw the ball past the line of scrimmage and out of bounds. And frankly, I don't think he was far enough outside of that zone, the tackle box, whatever you want to call it. The specifics of the rule.
Goins on to punt, and a flag will be thrown as the snap goes off to Goins. Whistles blow to stop the play. Still 7:56 to go here in the second quarter. So we wait to see what the flag was. And it's a false start penalty against Jefferson, and that will back up the Cougars even more.
Just compounding mistakes. Really, coming into this drive, the problem for Jefferson's defense, among other things, has been the field position that they've been allowing Martinsburg to get on offense. Last two scoring drives for Martinsburg have been under 30 yards.
Goins back to punt, back to return. It's Musgrove and Clement for the Bulldogs. Snap back, it's high. He has to jump up, but he's able to get the punt off. That one high and will bounce at the 46 of Martinsburg, but take a friendly roll for the Bulldogs at the 50-yard line is where it will be down. So only a net of a 12-yard punt for Jefferson gives the ball back to Martinsburg as they lead 20-7 over Jefferson with 7:45 to go here in this second quarter as the Bulldog offense goes back onto the field.
Well, it's better than what you've been giving them, but still, it's not ideal. 50 yards. That's easily enough time for Martinsburg to get a scoring drive here, get a stop, and then get the ball back before halftime.
So you got two receivers here to the near side of the field. It looks like two will be lined up on the far side of the field for Martinsburg, who has the ball at the 50-yard line on the right hash. Clement at quarterback with Fegan lined up to his left in shotgun formation. Snap back. Clement rolls out to his left. Has a receiver open. He throws it over to the near sideline. It's caught by Gideon just shy of the 40. He'll step out of bounds at the 41-yard line, so a gain of 9 will bring up 2nd down and 1 for Martinsburg.
It's Gideon's first catch. That's Murphy's only his 5th passing attempt. I don't believe they've actually passed the ball more than one time in the last 2 possessions.
7 minutes, 40 seconds to go in the second quarter. 2nd down and 1 at Jefferson's 41-yard line for Martinsburg. Again, this time it will have 3 receivers to the far side of the field for Martinsburg, 1 to the near side, that being Kyrie Bunny. Clement in shotgun formation, now pistol formation as Fegan lined up to his left but slightly behind him. Snap back to Clement, he hands it off to Fegan. Fegan goes up the middle, has a burst through the hole, and is tripped up just across the 30 at the 29-yard line. That'll be a 1st down for Martinsburg with 7:34 to go here in the second quarter.
I've got Martinsburg as having 16 rushes to 5 passes so far in this game.
1st and 10 for Martinsburg at Jefferson's 29-yard line. 7:20 to go here in this second quarter. It's Martinsburg 20, Jefferson 7. 2 receivers to each side of the field now for Martinsburg. As Clement looks right, sets, gets a snap from Kaufman, hands it off to his running back. This time it's Nick Buskey. Nick Buskey spins past the tackler, but from behind after getting past that tackler in Rockwell's able to grab him and bring him down at, it looks like, the 20-yard line. I think they might give him the forward progress, so that is a gain of 9 to bring up 2nd down and 1 for Martinsburg.
Buskey hit the B button there in open space. It worked out pretty well.
B for Buskey.
There you go, exactly.
Trips to the far side, 1 receiver to the near side. You got Clement getting the play call from Coach Walker on the near side. Looks at his wristband on his left arm. And now is set in shotgun formation at the 25, ball at the 20. Snap back, fakes the handoff, keeps it himself as Murphy Clement. But waiting for him was Quinton Goins. Goins able to wrap up Clement by the feet and he's only able to get back to the line of scrimmage, so no yards gained on the play. Will now make it 3rd down and 1 with 6:15 to go, clock winding down in this second quarter. Substitutions now for the Martinsburg offense. You got Jacobs, Dover, and Musgrove, the receivers on the far side. Williams, the lone receiver, on the near side. Clement in shotgun formation. I believe Fegan back out there to his right. 10 seconds to go on the play clock. 5:48 to go on the game clock. Snap back to Clement. He keeps it himself, follows his blocker. Follows another one, now cuts up the middle, goes to the left and into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 5:38 to go. It's now Martinsburg 26, Jefferson 7. A 20-yard quarterback keeper by Murphy Clement to extend the Bulldogs' lead here in the second quarter.
The QB blast there, it's a hard play to try to defend because you're spread out. All of your guys trying to defend the wide receivers on the outside, but then you're just busting the ball up the middle. So you're, instead of being able to have 7 or 8 guys in the box against a running play, you probably only have 6, maybe 7.
Cody Page on to attempt the extra point for Martinsburg. On to Holds Fegan. Kick is up, and that kick is good to make it 27-7. Martinsburg leading Jefferson here in this second quarter with 5:38 remaining on the clock. We'll step aside and take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer!
The Mountaineer Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Mondays, Karaoke Tuesdays, Steak Night Wednesdays and Sundays, Boneless Swing Night Thursdays, and DJ and/or karaoke, again Fridays and Saturdays. And remember, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mondays through Fridays is happy hour with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Pub!
How do I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
We welcome you back as Martinsburg now leads by 20 over Jefferson here in the second quarter with 5:38 to go. It's 27-7. Martinsburg ready to kick off. It's Page with an onside kick to the near side. Beautiful bounce. It's going to hop off a defender and roll back. Martinsburg falls on top of it, and we'll see where they say it was touched. It looks like the officials say it did not go 10 yards. It'll be close. It'll be close. I thought it was at the 50 because I saw a beautiful block by Martinsburg's Tayshawn Cofield, and I think it got batted back at the 50.
Yeah.
Martinsburg fell on top of it, 7 yards difference from that 40-yard line at the 47, but I still think it might have went to the 50 enough for 10 yards.
I think you're right, Colin.
No flag's been thrown yet. Both head coaches, Dave Walker and Craig Hunter, trying to plead their cases.
I think that's Martinsburg's ball. I think it went 10 yards.
And it looks like they're going to give it to Jefferson.
Or actually, I'm not even sure. I think it might
did not go 10 yards.
Did Jefferson not touch the ball first?
Jefferson never touched it. I never saw Jefferson touch it at all.
I'll have to see a
From what I saw, I'm not 100% sure. I know you can go check the replay, and I know on the TV side you can see the replay if Nick has it. But from what it looked like to me was it took a hop, and while it was coming down off the highest hop, I couldn't see who it was, but I think it hit somebody, and that's why it bounced backwards. And it hit somebody from Martinsburg, which means at the 49, it did not go 10 yards, so Jefferson has the ball. 1st and 10. Low snap, Harridge finds a receiver. It's Robinson open in the middle of the field. He runs to the near sideline and will step out of bounds just shy of the 35. So a gain of 14 makes it 1st and 10 Jefferson.
Game so far for Keyshawn Robinson. He got himself up to 24 yards. He's also got 4 rushing yards on 2 attempts. So four touches in the first half, 5.5 minutes to go. on a better pace than what he's averaged so far.
First and 10 at the 36. Snap back. Rolling out to his left is Harich, but whistle blows as a flag thrown in. It looks like it's a penalty against Martinsburg.
Offsides.
So that's a 5-yard penalty. Will make it 1st and 5 at the 31 now for Jefferson. With 5.5 minutes to go in the second quarter, it's Martinsburg 27, Jefferson 7.
5-yard penalty will make it 1st and 5 at the 31.
So 1st and 5. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side for Jefferson. You got Harich in shotgun formation with Roper to his left. Snap back. Harich gets the snap, rolls out to his left, looking downfield, sets and chucks it to the far side over the head of Robinson and out of bounds. Goes incomplete into the cheerleaders, and that'll bring up a 2nd and 5. Just got a text from our guy back at the studio, Nick Verzolini, who says after watching the replay, he thinks it bounced at the 49 and then went backwards as well. So,
fair enough.
It looks like by his eyes as well from watching the replay, the officials made the correct call. Either way, it's 2nd down and 5 at the 31 of Martinsburg for Jefferson. The snap to Harich. He hands it off to his running back, Roper. Roper goes up the middle, will be spun around by Xerxes Yancey. Out across the 30 he goes. Only a gain of 2, but it will bring up a 3rd down and 3 at the 29-yard line. That was Yancey, Flores, and Williams in to make the tackle for Martinsburg. 5 minutes, clock winding down here in the second quarter. Jefferson breaks the huddle. You got 2 receivers to each side for Dylan Harich. He sends a man in motion from right to left. That's Robinson. Waits for him to get set. And it looks like they were trying to get Martinsburg to jump off sides. Couldn't do so, so now they'll get the play call from the far side. You got 15 seconds on the play clock, so still plenty of time for Jefferson. So they snap it. It's an underneath pass to Roper, and Roper unable to catch it, and he was behind Harich. So that lateral, they say.
The far official's calling it incomplete.
Okay, so they'll now change to incomplete. As originally, I thought I saw the side judge go backwards to say that was a backwards pass and a loss on the play. But it looks like they'll call it incomplete, as Dylan just said, and it will just go now to 4th down at the 28-yard line. They need 2 yards to pick up the 1st.
At this point in the game, you have to go for it. So, and you're kind of in that no man's land anyway.
Even though you said they called it incomplete, they've spotted the ball for a loss. The ball right now spotted at Martinsburg's 34-yard line, so they say Jefferson lost 6 yards right now. So instead of a 4th and 2, if it stays like that, it would be a 4th down and 8.
I saw the far official, the lines judge, over by the sticks was calling it incomplete, but he's past the line of scrimmage. He's up at the line of scrimmage. He wouldn't be behind the play, so an official could have overruled him.
So 4 minutes, 28 seconds to go here in this second quarter. It's Martinsburg 27, Jefferson 7, and it looks like now the ball is going to be picked up and moved back. And I'm not even sure where they're going.
Where
the ball was at the left hash mark at the 48. Now it's over to the right hash mark. It looks like they're putting it back at the.
I think they are calling it an incomplete pass. But why are we moving the ball to the right hash mark? That last play did not take place from the right hash mark. I certainly don't remember it happening that way, at least.
So it looks like it's going back to the 4th and 2.
Maybe it did.
At the,
I don't know,
28-yard line. Jefferson going for it. The snap back to Harich. He tries to go up the middle, and again, whistles stop the play. Harich had the 1st down, but I think this time it might have just been the fact that the officials weren't ready, to the frustration of Jefferson, because they would have had another 4th down conversion. I don't see any flags, so I think it was just simply the fact that the head official was not ready. Jefferson went too early.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to wait for the officials' whistle to signal ready for play. Tough break.
So, scoreboard has it as 4th down. The sideline has it as 3rd down. Snap to Harich. He hands it off to Rodrigo Delgado in at running back now. And he tries to gain a few yards, but Rashad Reed wraps him up and drives him backwards. Forward progress, it looks like, might be close for a 1st down. That should have been 4th down, unless they just replayed the down after that pass that we thought might have been a backwards pass. That was 3rd down.
Yeah.
Now it's 4th down, which that should have been 4th down unless they just said redo the play. Not sure, but now on the 4th and 2, we have a flag, and it's against Martinsburg to make it a 1st down for Jefferson at the 23 of Martinsburg.
I saw the chain gang over there flip the down marker to 4th down before that 1-yard run. And by the time the play happened, they flipped it back to 3rd again.
My only thought could be that they decided just to redo the play because they weren't sure if it was a forward pass or not. Which still,
I don't know
why do you do that?
I don't know why you would do that. An entire play happened.
So Jefferson able to get a 1st down and 10 at the 22-yard line. The snap to Harich. Harich keeps it himself, goes up the middle and right into the belly of the defensive line for Martinsburg, as wrapping him up and bringing him down was Rashad Reed. Harich was able to pick up a yard on that play. You got 3 minutes, 50 seconds to go in the second quarter. It's Martinsburg 27, Jefferson 7. They say you gain 2 yards, get it to the 20-yard line to bring up a 2nd and 8 for Jefferson. This night, as of just right now, has taken a strange turn because of some calls. Either way. So 2nd and 8, 3:25 to go in this second quarter. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Snap back to Harich. He drops back to pass, steps up, chucks it to an open man on the far side. It's caught, diving for the pylon. And they say he stepped out of bounds before he was able to extend it. Keyshawn Robinson, though, with a 19-yard catch on the far side, makes it 1st and goal. And now they change the call to touchdown Jefferson. With 3:14 to go, it's now 27-13. Martinsburg still on top of that. Changes to a 20-yard touchdown pass.
That did seem like the right call to me initially. I was surprised they marked him out.
But you had 3 receivers over there, and somehow Martinsburg's defense just completely lost sight of Keyshawn Robinson.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you let that happen. It was a good throw by Harich, but it did float up there in the air for a while. Someone covering near Robinson could have made a play.
The extra point is up. It's low, but through the uprights and good. So 3:14 to go in this second quarter. It's Martinsburg 27, Jefferson 14. We'll step aside and take a 1-minute break. This is West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
At Dutch Miller Automotive, we've grown quite a bit over the last 60 years, but our core principles remain the same. We believe in treating our customers and our team members like friends and family, and we see it as our obligation to give back to all the communities we are so fortunate to do business in. In just West Virginia alone, we've grown from 1 location on the west end of Huntington to 10 rooftops employing more than 500 Mountaineers. Check out the inventory from all of our stores at DutchMillerAuto.com. Dutch Miller Automotive Group, West Virginia proud.
We welcome you back. Now it is Martinsburg 27, Jefferson 14 after the 20-yard touchdown pass from Dylan Harich to Keyshawn Robinson. It will be Jefferson now kicking off from the 40-yard line. On to kickoff is Jonathan Paneros for the Cougars. Back to return is Gideon and Musgrove for the Bulldogs as they line up at the 13-yard line.
7-play, 49-yard drive for Jefferson with that 20-yard touchdown from Harich to Keyshawn Robinson.
A kick from Paneros, a low line drive to the far side. It will be caught at the 15-yard line. The returner and Gideon brings it out across the 30 at the right hash marks, and he'll be stopped at the 31-yard line with 3:07 to go here in this second quarter. Your scoring drive summary from earlier brought to you by Paul Espinosa for State Senate, an effective, fiscally conservative voice for the 16th District. So it'll be 1st and 10 for Martinsburg at its 33-yard line, up 27-14 over Jefferson. Martinsburg with the ball. They get the ball to start the second half. No, Jefferson gets the ball to start the second half. My apologies. Having that switch into my brain for a quick second there, but it's 1st and 10 Martinsburg. There's 2 receivers to each side. The snap back to Clement. He tosses it behind him to Fegan over to the right side. Fegan able to bust through a couple tackles, shifts past another, and has enough for the first down as he's on the far side, stopped just shy of the 45-yard line. We'll see if they say that he got to the 45. So that is a first down for the Bulldogs.
It was about 11 yards he got there. Corey Fagan has been fantastic this year. He just runs the ball super hard, and he's tough to bring down. He's just got that little bit of shiftiness. All it takes.
2:50 to go in this second quarter. Clock winding down. 1st and 10 at the 45. Snap back. Clement keeps it himself. Tries to go up the middle. And somehow jukes past a few guys. Now goes to the far side and has the first down. He stopped in the middle behind the line. Wanted to go left, but his vision has just been tremendous tonight. After he realized he couldn't go left, he goes right, heads to the far side, and gets another Bulldog first down now at the Jefferson 45.
I mean, that's the type of play you're used to only seeing at the NFL level from Lamar Jackson, where he can scramble, run one way, or then run the other, and then for that 5 to 10 yard period where there's a lot of open space for the quarterback to run, he's just making shifty moves left and right.
2 receivers to each side. The snap back to Clement. He hands it off to Buskey. Buskey goes up the middle on the inside zone out across the 40. Follows Wes Hancock, lowers his shoulder, and dives forward out across the 40. We'll wait to see where they mark him. 2 minutes to go in this second quarter. Clock ticking down here before the half. It's Martinsburg 27, Jefferson 14. Bulldogs with the ball at a 2nd down and 4. Ball at the 39-yard line, so a gain of 6 for Buskey on that one. 2 receivers to each side of the formation again. Shotgun formation for Murphy Clement. He has Buskey to his left. Snap back, rolling out to his left is Clement. Fires a dart over the head of the defender and caught on the near side by Gideon as Rockwell tried to jump up and make that catch, but it was just through him and right into the gut of Gideon at the 25-yard line. He goes out of bounds. First down, Martinsburg, with 1:34 to go here in this second quarter. 1st and 10 at the 24-yard line, actually.
Nice pitch and catch following that run by Buskey. It feels like Nick Buskey's run for at least 6 yards on every carry he's had this year. I'm looking at his average, 6.92.
Dropping back the pass as Clement steps up, chucks it towards the end zone on the near side, and it looks to be caught. And it is. Touchdown, Buzz Dover with 1:28 to go for Martinsburg, extending its lead now to 33-14 over Jefferson.
Well, that's only the 7th passing attempt by Murphy Clement all game long, and that's the best throw that he's made so far. He's 5 for 7. Great catch by Buzz Dover, falling to the ground. The Martinsburg offense is humming.
Yep, he was at the numbers, went to the near corner of the end zone. Clement just chucked it up. Dover was able to track it down, turn around, keep his feet in while falling down to make that catch. So 1:28 to go here in the second quarter. It's now 33-14. Martinsburg's going to have to use a timeout as they wanted to go for 2, but add some confusion as to what personnel to have out there. So both teams down to 2 timeouts left. We'll keep it here, though, since we'll go to break after the 2-point conversion. So keep it here for now, and then we'll go to break after this. It is 33-14. Martinsburg in control of this one over Jefferson right now. Jefferson will get the ball back and also get the ball back to start the second half. But what a catch and throw there between Clement and Dover, Dylan.
I've been really impressed with Murphy Clement's ability to throw the ball this year. I don't know if he gets to college and is a quarterback. I'd be pretty surprised if he were. I think he's a guy you put out at running back or wide receiver. Just get the ball in his hands, the best out in space, the best that you can. But he can throw the ball, man. He is not a one-trick pony.
So now the timeout concludes. Martinsburg will go for 2 to try to make it 35-14 if they can get it. Gideon in motion from left to right. Snap back to Clement. Sets his feet. Throws it to a wide-open man on the near side, and it's caught in the end zone by Sherrod Musgrove. The 2-point conversion is good to make it now 35-14. Martinsburg leads Jefferson. We'll step aside. Only take a 30-second break. 30-second break back at the studio, Nick. This is West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Back in 30.
At Carter Myers Automotive, what we do today will tomorrow become what we've done. That's why Owners Just Do More no longer defines us. Our work is never done because what we live by doesn't have a finish line. We care. Our company of owners is moving lives forward every day by finding more ways to care before, during, and after your purchase. Because when you're happy, so are we. Carter Myers Automotive. Proud to be the owners who just care more.
We welcome you back as Martinsburg set to kick off 35-14. A minute 28 to go here in the second quarter. As Cody Page will be on to kick off here to Jefferson. So you got one man back to return, that being Keyshawn Robinson for the Cougars. Page, though, kicks it away from him. It's caught at the 25, and fair caught as coming up to make the catch is Tayshawn Roper at the 28-yard line, 1st and 10 Jefferson.
Got 5 plays, 66 yards goes Martinsburg on that drive. Ended up with a 24-yard touchdown from Murphy Clement to Buzz Dover. Great catch, great throw.
The scoring drive summary brought to you by Paul Espinosa for State Senate and effective fiscally conservative voice for the 16th District. 1st and 10 for Jefferson at the 28-yard line of the Cougars. Minute 28 to go here in this second quarter play. It's Martinsburg 35, Jefferson 14. Jefferson has 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side for Harrich at quarterback with Roper lined up to his right in shotgun formation as Harrich looks over to the far side to get the call. 5 seconds to go on the play clock. He gets the snap. It's low. He drops back to pass, but whistles blow to stop, and it's a false start on Jefferson. So that'll back him up 5 yards to start this drive now with a 1st and 15 at the 23-yard line. Dylan, during that quick break, we also got word from Matt Miller, our sideline reporter, about that last scoring drive for Jefferson.
Yeah, so we thought maybe they replayed the down, and that was the case. I don't know why you replay the down.
Yeah,
I don't understand.
Hear why, but that's the decision that was made as to why we thought it was 4th down, but it was 3rd. So now snap back to Harris. He drops back, steps up, rolls out to his right, has a man open, but it's in and out of his hands as he was out of bounds originally, came back in. So that's going to be an illegal touching penalty against Tayshawn Roper. So yeah, not sure. Back to that last comment about why they replayed the down. I guess it was just because they weren't sure what to rule on the play, so they redid it. But
there should have been an official on the field somewhere to take charge and say, no, this is what happened. Whoever's closest to the play says that was either a backwards pass or it was a forward pass. It was incomplete. There's no reason to have to replay that down. Entire play happened. There was no whistle in the middle of the play. Entire play happened. You blew the whistle. You had one official making one call, one official making the other.
We have an explanation as to why. It was an inverted whistle, says John from Matt.
An inverted whistle.
So I guess it was supposed to be a backward pass. They blew the whistle, though, to rule it incomplete, which stopped it, which is why they redid it. I don't know. But there you go. That's the explanation we're given. Got to take it. As now we're still waiting for the last penalty to be called. There's a minute 21 to go here in the second quarter. Did they just take away that penalty? No. They are recalling the illegal touching. It's just taking a while for some reason. Not sure why. It is 35-14. Martinsburg leads Jefferson as Both sides of the crowd kind of getting tiredless of these officials right now. Still first down. Should become second down because of the illegal touching, and Jefferson should be pushed back a little bit farther as well because of it. Ball as of right now at the 23-yard line. We're waiting to see where they mark this penalty off. It's now our head official talking with Coach Craig Hunter, Jefferson. And still, all the officials, doesn't seem like to me right now, have any idea what to do.
Seems like they're having a tough time out there right now. They're going to back them up.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there you go. 15-yard penalty for that. Or am I bad at math? I counted 15 steps at least.
20.
They have the ball, it looks like, at the 14-yard line.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with illegal touching usually being a 15-yard penalty, but
neither am I. Snap back to Harich. He immediately passes it to Roper underneath. Roper goes to the far side, and he'll lose yards on the play as he was stopped behind the 10. And now more whistles blow. And the clock never started. So that's the opposite issue that we had last week. The clock never stopped last week in the fourth quarter. Now the clock never starts here for this play. And we'll have a Martinsburg timeout with 1:15 to go. It's Martinsburg 35, Jefferson 14. Martinsburg has one timeout left. Jefferson has two timeouts left as this second quarter is just starting to drag along. We'll give you your second quarter sponsors again as we're brought to you by Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Go online at HagerstownFord.com, as well as the Skinner Accident Injury Lawyers representing accident and injury claims for over 50 years. Go to SkinnerWins.com. Make sure to stay tuned here at the half for our Mansion Freddy halftime show. We'll give you the first half stats. You'll also hear from Nick Verzolini with some halftime scores from around the state, as we got Hedgesville and Washington in action here in the Eastern Panhandle. Our other Eastern Panhandle game is Spring Mills at North Hagerstown, as Musselman has its bye week this week in preparation for Martinsburg next week. I know we got Cabell Midland Parkersburg. That should be a good game between the number 2 team in the state and the number 5 team in the state, I believe. So he'll have that for you at the half as timeout is ended. Again, Jefferson still has 2 timeouts remaining. Martinsburg down to its final timeout with 1:15 to go here in the second quarter.
It's going to be a tough drive for Jefferson to get anything out of. Martinsburg still has 1 timeout to stop the clock and potentially get the ball back.
Pistol formation as of right now for Jefferson. Still has 2 receivers to each side. Running back to the right side of Dylan Harich. 3 seconds to go on the play clock. 2, 1. Clock at 0. He gets the snap off right at 0. They're going to give it to him as he hands it off. Trying to go up the middle is Roper. And I don't even know if he got back to the line of scrimmage. And Martinsburg's going to use its final timeout here with 1:09 to go in the second quarter. We'll step aside, take the break with him, make it a 1-minute break. 1 minute break. This is West Virginia High School Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and TV 10. Back in a minute.
Hi, Hi, Crescia Hornby here. Larry DeMarco, broker of Modern Realty Results, believes he has some of the best real estate agents in the Eastern Panhandle. Agents at Modern Realty Results have years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market. Agents within the office work as a team to provide quality customer service. We strive to always ensure client satisfaction through handling every transaction with honesty and integrity, all while offering competitive rates. Modern Realty Results is veteran-owned and managed. Please call us at 262-4222, modernrealtyresults.com.
We welcome you back as the timeout still going on as both teams in their huddles on their respected sides of the field.
So we figured it out. We figured out why that play was replayed. It was probably a little bit of a, talking through walkie-talkies. There was an inadvertent whistle on a play where it was a backwards pass. They blew the play dead like it was incomplete. So they decided to replay the down, which now that we've had it explained that way, I think it makes sense. The play should have continued, but the play was blown dead, so they replayed the down.
3rd down and 29 for Jefferson at its 9-yard line with 1:09 to go in this second quarter. 3 receivers set up for Jefferson on the near side of the field, 1 to the far. The snap back to Harich. Harich going to roll out to his right and tackled in the end zone. But they'll say his knee was down at the half-yard line, it looks like. So no safety. Nope. The other official overrules him, so we do have a safety called with 1:06 to go. It's now 37-14. Martinsburg leads Jefferson. I thought it was a safety at first, but I looked to the far side official where he's supposed to have the spot, and he gave him the half-yard line. But then our head official overrules him. So there you go. Martinsburg gets the safety and extends its lead to 37-14 with 1:06 to go, and we'll get the ball back to try to make it even larger of a margin. Martinsburg just pulling away right now, Dylan.
Yeah, they've got 1:06. They could get it done with a good enough drive here. Stop the clock after every first down. They could put up another score here.
What was once a 7-6 lead for Jefferson in the first quarter is now a 37-14 lead for Martinsburg here in the second quarter. Jefferson gets ready to kick away to Martinsburg. So it will be Goins to punt after the safety at the 20-yard line. Goins makes sure his teammates are set back to return. It's Musgrove and Gideon as Goins punts, spiraling and caught in the middle at the 35-yard line, and that's actually buzzed over in on the return. Dover spins off a tackle, spins off another, has one blocker and one man to beat. The one man to beat, though, is Quentin Goins, and he wraps him up at Jefferson's 35-yard line, and that'll be a first down for Martinsburg with 58 seconds to go. Did not expect to see Buzz Dover out there, as typically it's been Gideon and Musgrove back to return, but this time it was Dover's turn, and he almost took that to the house.
Yeah, he was close, bouncing off the tacklers. That really sets you up well. 35 yards, 58 seconds, more than doable.
1st and 10. They say he was at the 34, so Jefferson's 34-yard line's where the Bulldogs have it with 58 seconds to go in this second quarter. 3 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near side for Martinsburg's offense. Up 37-14 over Jefferson. Snap back to Murphy Clement. Clement drops back the pass, steps up, fires a dart in the middle, and it's caught by the receiver, Kyrie Bunny. And Bunny trying to churn forward. Jefferson's Rodrigo Delgado eventually wraps him up and brings him down. And that'll be a gain of 4 on the play at the 30-yard line, brings up 2nd and 6 with 30 seconds to go. Martinsburg has to hurry up. And now a whistle blows. And I'm not sure why. Martinsburg should be out of timeouts. But now they stop it because they say Buzz Dover has to go off the field. So in a way, that kind of helps Martinsburg as Bunny comes out. The clock stops. Clock now rolling at 30. 29-28 and winding down. Second and 6 at the 30.
They tried to make a substitution there, and they weren't allowed to. They didn't huddle.
Clement gets the snap, dropping back to pass, has pressure, chucks it deep to the end zone. Jump ball picked off by Jefferson and wrapped up and brought down, as in to make the INT is Tony Allen, the sophomore for the Cougars. Gives them the ball back at the 7-yard line with 15 seconds to go.
Yeah,
that one was just underthrown, Dylan.
Yeah, it looked like he was kind of fading backwards as he threw the ball. I don't think he was hit as he threw it. Martinsburg kind of lucked out. The fact that they were making a substitution while doing no huddle, which isn't allowed, kind of gave them a timeout, although they were about to run a play. It didn't really save them much time.
Jefferson has the ball now with 15 seconds to go after the interception. Only, I believe, the second of the year for Murphy Clements.
Yeah.
They spot the ball at the right hash mark. We'll see if Jefferson takes a knee or if they're going to try to run a play. It's Martinsburg 37, Jefferson 14. First and 10 at Jefferson's 8 with 15 seconds to go. Snap back to Harridge. He gets the snap and takes the knee. And that'll be the end of half number 1. Martinsburg in the lead over Jefferson as we wait for our sideline reporter, Matt Miller, to make his way over to head coach of the Jefferson Cougars and Dave Walker. It's Coach Walker already waiting for Matt to hurry up over at the 35-yard line, and once they are set, Matt, take it away when you're ready, sir.
All right, guys, we're here with Coach Walker. Just your evaluation of the first half overall.
Sloppy. We could be so much, even though we're winning by a couple scores or whatever. We're just kind of sloppy. And I'd like to see us be crisp in everything we do.
I'm sensing some frustration at times, especially defensively.
Well, we're just, you can't jump off sides on 4th and 2, and then you can't give up any big plays. We've given up a couple big plays, quarterback making plays, extending the play. We just got to do a better job.
At the same time, you've been able to be pretty balanced offensively. What do you like on that side of the ball?
We need to keep doing what we're doing. The last play there is probably a bad call on my part, but we just need to take advantage of our field position and just keep doing what we're doing.
Safety there at the end, pretty good for you.
Yeah, it's a big play for the defense and gave us some position here where we could have maybe scored again, but we didn't take advantage of that opportunity.
Coach, thank you.
Thank you.
As that was Matt Miller with the head coach of the Martinsburg Bulldogs. And Dave Walker, my apologies for originally saying Jefferson, and apologies for it being low. Had it turned all the way up, not sure why it was, but we're going to step aside, take a 2-minute break, then be back for our halftime show. It is Martinsburg 37, Jefferson 14. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Back in 2 minutes.
WVU Medicine is pleased to introduce 8 new providers who've joined University Health Associates East and our medical staffs at Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center. Physician's Assistant Casey Wiebel, Emergency Medicine, Dr. Mark Seymour, Anesthesia, Dr. Farman Ali, Neurology, Dr. Christopher Redmond, Rheumatology, Dr. Sierra Hart, Emergency Medicine, Physician's Assistant Carly Kremer, Cardiology, Nurse Practitioner Jennifer Gorgal, General Surgery, and Nurse Practitioner Corey Lapai, OBGYN. Welcome to WVU Medicine.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer!
The Mountaineer Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Mondays, Karaoke Tuesdays, Steak Night Wednesdays and Sundays, Only Swing Night Thursdays, and DJ and/or karaoke, again Fridays and Saturdays. And remember, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mondays through Fridays is happy hour with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Pub!
This is Eric at Hancock Chevrolet. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hancock Chevrolet, it is that easy. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hancock Chevrolet will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time in a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Cumberland to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hancock Chevrolet absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HancockChevy.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want, and your new ride will be delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
We welcome you back here to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium as we welcome you into the halftime show brought to you by the Mansion Freddie Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At the half here between Martinsburg and Jefferson as the Bulldogs in the lead 37-14 over the Cougars. So we get ready for our first half stats, which will be brought to you by the Larry DeMarco team at Modern Realty Results. If you're looking for a home in the tri-state area, they have you covered, as Dylan Bishop, my color commentator, trying to finish up here the second half stats. I'm Colin McLaughlin here for Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Our on-site producers, John Alderton, cameramen are Matt Miller and Daryl Miller. Back at the studio is Nick Verzolini, who you will hear from in just a few moments to give you some halftime scoreboard updates for you, as Dylan doing some final numbers here. Don't worry, everybody. He is a substitute teacher here in Berkeley County, so he knows how to math.
I don't know if that's the reason I know how to do math, but I do my best at least.
Math field day winner as well.
7th grade. Listen, It's stuck with me since then, right?
So simple addition here. You ready to go, Dylan?
Right. Yeah. Let's start off with Jefferson. Dylan Harrich at the half, 5 for 13 for 80 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. Not a great day passing the ball, but he's come up big with that one big pass to Keyshawn Robinson, who has 3 catches for 44 yards and 1 receiving touchdown. He's also added in 2 carries for 4 yards on the day as well. Dylan Harris, 9 for 12 when it comes to rushing the ball overall. Some of that sack yardage. So some of that is the kneel down right at the half. He's had runs of 8 yards, 2, 1, 4, 16. He had a 16-yard run, but some of that's come back in the net yardage. Tayshawn Roper, 6 carries, 16 yards, and a rushing touchdown for Jefferson's other score. Martinsburg, on the other side of things, Murphy Clement had an interception there at the end of the half, kind of a Hail Mary kind of play, so that doesn't really show what he's done so far. But 6 for 9, 78 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He's also had 11 carries for 74 yards and a touchdown. Only 1 negative run for him so far. No sacks for Jefferson. Coy Fagan, 7 carries for 52 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns. Buzz Dover's got 2 catches for 22 yards and a receiving touchdown as well. And Rashad Reed, I believe, officially has a 1-yard rushing, or maybe even a 0-yard rushing touchdown in the stat books, as Sarad Musgrove took a jet sweep from the 10-yard line, fumbled at the 1, it went into the end zone, and Rashad Reed picked it up in the end zone for the touchdown. So I believe officially your stat book reads as Rashad Reed having a rushing touchdown.
Not sure. We'll have to see over the weekend and give you an update on the sports mix as to what that rolling is when we get the official stats. But Martinsburg right now on top of Jefferson here at the half by a score of 37-14, as the Bulldogs trying to make it 14 straight over the Jefferson Cougars, as Martinsburg leads the all-time series 35-13. We'll step aside, take a 2-minute break here on the Mansion Freddie Law Firm halftime show, and on the other side of that break, it will be Nick Verzolini with the halftime scoreboard show. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football and Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
After a car accident, what do you get when you call Mansion Ferretti?
You get more experience from a local law firm with over 115 years of combined service.
More respect from a team who treats clients like their own family.
And more fight, because we want you to get every dollar you deserve.
Experience, respect, results. If you've been injured, that's what you want in your lawyer.
And that's what you'll get when you call us. Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music. or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Hi, Crescia Hornby here. Larry DeMarco, broker of Modern Realty Results, believes he has some of the best real estate agents in the Eastern Panhandle. Agents at Modern Realty Results have years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market. Agents within the office work as a team to provide quality customer service. We strive to always ensure client satisfaction through handling every transaction with honesty and integrity, all while offering competitive rates. Modern Realty Results is veteran-owned and managed. Please call us at 262-4222, modernrealtyresults.com.
Radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer deaths in the United States each year. But do you know the radon levels in your home? Home is a place to live, love, and laugh, not a place to breathe air containing radon. The Berkeley and Morgan County Health Departments are distributing free confidential radon test kits, and you can get yours at the Berkeley County Health Department office in Martinsburg and the Morgan County Health Department office in Berkeley Springs. Protect your home and family. Get your free radon test kit today.
We welcome you into the halftime scoreboard show. I'm your host, Nick Verzolini at the half. The game you're currently tuned into, it's all Martinsburg right now over Jefferson at 37-14. The score, the Bulldogs lead the Cougars. In other EPAC on EPAC action, Hedgesville has taken an 18-13 lead over Washington in the third quarter as Coach Matt Fairclough pulls a Sean Payton in the Super Bowl with the onside kick to start the second half. And the Eagles take the 18-13 lead over the Washington Patriots. And no surprise here, it's All Spring Mills over North Hagerstown, 34-0 in that one. So big games going on around the state of West Virginia tonight. Parkersburg, Cabell, Midland. It's a top 5 matchup. Currently, the Big Reds actually now trail. Cabell, Midland's just taking the lead heading into halftime. So the score you currently read on your TV 10 screen is incorrect, as Cabell, Midland has just taken the lead heading into halftime, 7-3. Morgantown all over Buchanan, Upshur, 24-3. Huntington, no surprise here, leading big over Capital, 37-0. Some interesting matchups between AA and AAAs this week. The number 9 team in AA, Fairmont Senior, leads University 7-3. And Kaiser leading Hampshire 7-0. Let's take a look at the rest of the scores going on in AAA tonight in the state of West Virginia. George Washington all over South Charleston, 56-0 in that one. As we roll down here to Princeton, the number 4 team in AAA currently leading Tazewell, Virginia, 14-0. Parkersburg South, John Marshall, pretty good game there at the half, 21-10. Woodrow Wilson leads Lincoln County, 35-7. No score reported between St. Albans and Hurricane tonight. Oak Hill leading Ripley 6-0. Steubenville, Ohio leads Wheeling Park 28-14. Could be back-to-back for the Patriots. Spring Valley 14, Riverside 0, and Hedgesville, Washington, as we mentioned, that game 18-13 our score. I'm sorry, 18-13 the score there. So moving on here to a AA matchup, or AA, AAA, Bridgeport 28, Robert C. Byrd 0. And let's see, Berkeley Springs is in action tomorrow, so that's all the games going on around the state in AAA and in the Eastern Panhandle. We will take a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, we will send it back to Colin McLaughlin and Dylan Bishop at David M. Walker Stadium for the second half of Martinsburg and Jefferson. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10 and Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all. And Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars, too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for dollar wings and Monday Night Football. Thursdays on the patio for the cornhole tourney. Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna call my parents. Dad, come over. The brisket's done.
The Traeger Connected Experience. Everything you need for epic flavor, and then some.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
We welcome you back here live at Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Still 6 minutes left on the halftime clock as the Martinsburg Bulldog marching band on the field doing their halftime routine, as previously it was the Jefferson Cougar marching band out on the field performing the halftime show of theirs as well here, as at the half it is 37-14. Martinsburg leads Jefferson. I'm Colin McLaughlin for Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop. Our on-site producers, John Alderton. Our cameramen are Matt Miller and Daryl Miller. Back at the studio is Nick Verzolini. As let's give you some of the Martinsburg halftime performance here from the marching band. That is your Martinsburg Bulldog marching band here at the half. As the Bulldogs lead the Jefferson Cougars by a score of 37-14. Let's step aside, take a 2-minute break. This is West Virginia High School Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and TV10.
At Dutch Miller Automotive, we've grown quite a bit over the last 60 years, but our core principles remain the same. We believe in treating our customers and our team members like friends and family, and we see it as our obligation to give back to all the communities we are so fortunate to do business in. In just West Virginia alone, we've grown from one location on the west end of Huntington to 10 rooftops employing more than 500 Mountaineers. Check out the inventory from all of our stores at DutchMillerAuto.com. Dutch Miller Automotive Group, West Virginia proud.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
We welcome you back as both teams have walked out onto the field from their respective locker rooms as we get ready for the second half between the Jefferson Cougars and the Martinsburg Bulldogs, as Martinsburg in the lead 37-14 as the speaking captains for both teams in Nolan Mielek for Jefferson and E.J. Hendricks for Martinsburg will go out to the 50-yard line. It will be Jefferson starting with the ball here in the second half. Martinsburg will kick off after they received the opening half. I'm Colin McLaughlin for Talk Radio, WRNR and TV10. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop. Our on-site producers, John Alderton, cameramen are Matt Miller and Daryl Miller. Back at the studio is Nick Verzolini as we get ready for your second half kickoff, brought to you by Ollie's VIP Northside, the best local spot to catch sports or hang out with friends. Stop by 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. Ollie's VIP will see you for the game. Dylan, what I'm most interested in here to start the second half is how the opening drives for both teams look, because in the first half, both were long and really good and resulted in touchdowns. For Martinsburg, I believe it was an 11-play drive, and then for Jefferson, a 14-play drive to start off the game.
Yeah, the opening drive, both of these teams. Jefferson really needs to come down and get a score. And then on defense, listen, you can talk about, whatever adjustments they need to do on offense. You're on pace to give up 74 points right now. That's bad. You're not going to win any game doing that. Giving up 37 points and a half is just not. You're not going to be able to win any football game like that. Not even a West Virginia versus Baylor 2012 type of situation where you're firing back 70-63. It's not going to get it done.
This is the most you've allowed a team to score on you, and it's only halftime.
Right. Exactly. That's Martinsburg for you, but they absolutely.
That's actually both sides. Now that I
that's a good point.
Wanted to make sure I'm staying fair and accurate in that. Both sides. This is the most points that each team has given up defensively all
That's
game.
a good point. I don't think the Jefferson offense has been bad to any real stretch. When they have, stalled out on these drives, they've given Martinsburg really good field position as well for them to have short fields. And that's part of the reason they have that 37 points up on the board in the half.
We're underway here in the second half. It's a short kick by Page, end over end, fair caught on the near side by Tayshawn Roper, in between the hash marks and the numbers at the 31-yard line for the start of the third quarter, with the Jefferson Cougars getting the ball. Be 1st and 10 for Jefferson. At its 32-yard line is where they say Roper made the fair catch off Page's kickoff.
Yeah, I think you need things to go your way on both sides of these first two drives. Get yourself that touchdown. Get yourself that stop. If you don't get both, I think it's really hard for you to have that momentum going for the rest of this game.
It's been 13 straight wins in this meeting for Martinsburg. The last time Jefferson won was November 2nd, 2007. Harris sends a man in motion from right to left, one of his receivers, as he gets the snap and will hand it off to Tayshawn Roper. Roper tries to go up the middle, but I believe that's Will Bash shedding the block and able to wrap him up and bring him down at the line of scrimmage to bring up 2nd down and 10 with 11:45 to go in this third quarter. They say that was Xerxes Yancey in on the stop.
He just got nowhere. They haven't really had that up-the-middle run game. Like I said, I've said it a couple times, the best offense Jefferson has had so far has been when they drop back the pass and Harris takes off and runs.
Again, they send man in motion, snap back to Harris. He chucks it deep to the far side, over the head of the intended receiver on the far side of the field, as that was a deep shot intended for Rockwell, who could just never track it down. It falls incomplete, brings up 3rd down and 10.
It looked like Buzzdover might have gotten away with a little bit of a tug on Rockwell there, but it was still kind of well over the head of Rockwell. The rushing offense of Harwich on these scrambling plays isn't really sustainable offense. You can't rely on that. You can't say, well, let's just keep passing so that Harwich can run. Can't do that.
Harwich gets the snap, drops back, rolls out to his left, throws a pass underneath. It's caught by Keyshawn Robinson. Robinson goes to the far side, slips through one tackle, and a swarm of Bulldogs go on top of Keyshawn Robinson. He's able to gain a few yards, and a late flag is thrown as Robinson brought down at the 35, and it's a personal foul face mask penalty against Martinsburg. So that'll give a 1st down, it looks like, to Jefferson due to the penalty.
Like I said it in the first half, the first couple penalties. Martinsburg's been better at not having a bunch of these mistakes for penalties, but it's been bad timing. I think that's the 3rd time that Jefferson has been able to continue a drive as a direct result of a penalty. Even though that's only Martinsburg's 5th overall, it's the timing of them.
The ball will be marked for 1st and 10 for Jefferson, right at the 50-yard line as they spot the ball on the far side hash mark for the Cougars. 11:08 to go in this third quarter. It's Martinsburg 37, Jefferson 14. The snap back to Harwich. He hands it off to his running back, Roper. Roper tries to go through the middle, and he gets absolutely nowhere, as that was actually Delgado, my apologies, not Roper, in on the run. Gain of maybe half a yard. It looks like they'll say he just got back to the line of scrimmage, so 2nd down and 10.
You have to keep the defense honest. You have to continue running up the middle to at least do that. But you're going to have to find other ways of getting yards.
2 receivers to each side. You got Harwich in at quarterback, Delgado in at running back. Harwich gets the snap, dropping back to pass, steps up. He's going to decide to keep it himself. Tries to get past Buskey, but Buskey able to slow him down as he's wrapped up and tackled from behind by Rashawn Reed, as Harwich was able to get to the 47-yard line. So a short gain brings up 3rd down and 7, a 3-yard gain for the Cougars.
Another 3rd and long. Again, if Martinsburg did a better job that time containing Harwich when he tried to take off and run. So if you continue that, you can get yourself off the field.
2 receivers to each side for Harwich. Snap back from Waldeck. Harwich drops back to pass, steps up, and he's sacked. As collapsing in on him is the linebacker, Nick Buskey. A loss of 1 on the play brings up 4th down and 8 at the 48 of Martinsburg for Jefferson. And we'll see if Jefferson decides to go for it or punt. And it looks like they're going to punt. So the unit jogs out onto the field. Martinsburg will head to the near sideline and bring out the punt return.
It's tough, but you kind of have to at this portion of the field. 8 yards to go. You'd be giving Martinsburg the ball around midfield.
9:43 to go in this third quarter, clock winding down. 4th down and 8 at the 48. Back the punt is Quentin Goins. The snap back. The punt is away into the night sky. Musgrove going to let it bounce at the 15. It takes a high bounce and rolls inside of the 10 on the near side numbers. Inside the 5 now, still rolling. It's going to be down at the 3-yard line. So that a very good punt by Quentin Goins.
Yeah, if nothing else out of that drive, you at least did a much better job at winning the field position battle. Martinsburg's been starting drives on the Jefferson side of the field or near it for much of the first half. They are going to have to go 96 yards for a touchdown to start their first drive of the second half. Much better there.
So 1st and 10 at the 4-yard line for Martinsburg is where the Bulldogs offense will begin. With 9:22 to go in this third quarter, it's 37-14. Martinsburg leads Jefferson. Clement in the shadow of his end zone. Gets the snap. Runs it up the middle. And he slips through a tackle out across the 10 on the near side numbers. As almost getting him for a safety was Jefferson. Was in to try to get him originally. It looks like it was Joseph Watts. As eventually it was Niceer Jacobs in to make the tackle. And that's a first down for Martinsburg as Clement gets to the 15-yard line.
Clement's having by far his best rushing game of the season. He only had 51 carries for 179 yards coming into this game on the ground. But so far in this one, he's already got 85 rushing yards on just 12 attempts.
3 receivers to the near side, or excuse me, to the far side, 1 to the near side for Clement. He's got Fagan lined up to his left, the snap back. Fakes the handoff, keeps it himself as Murphy Clement. He has blockers ahead of him on the near side, and Clement off to the races at the 40, 50, 40, 30. Robinson trying to catch up to him, and of course, Keyshawn Robinson, the fastest guy in the state, as I said earlier, able to do so. But that, a big gain for Martinsburg, with Murphy Clement being brought down at Jefferson's 18-yard line.
Yeah, that's the second time Keyshawn Robinson has saved a touchdown with just his straight-up speed on defense. It was a kickoff return by Gideon for the other one.
Martinsburg trying to go quickly as Jefferson trying to bring on substitutes, and they do so, and it looks like an injury because of it on the far side, but back in action here for the play as it's a handoff to Fagan as he's tackled by Delgado, as it looked like that was Jared Wilberger, one of the defensive linemen, sprinting as fast as he could to the far side to get out of the play so that Jefferson wasn't called with 12 people on the field, and kind of looks like might have pulled something as he went down on that far side. Hopefully he's okay as he goes over to the bench under his own power. Back in action here, it's 2nd down and 5. Clement gets the snap, drops back the pass, wide receiver screen caught on the near side by Musgrove. Musgrove sees space, cuts to the middle, slips through 2 tacklers, and goes into the end zone. Mystical, magical, Musgrove touchdown. 7:45 to go. It's now 43-14. Bulldogs on top of Jefferson.
Musgrove will not rest until he leaves every game with at least a nominee for the electrifying play of the game. Just incredible in the open field. He can just duck, dodge, dive, weave throughout an entire defense like it's nothing.
I believe the words you were looking for was dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
You knew
the 5 deeds of dodgeball. The extra point is up by Page. Off the upright on the left side, and no good. So the score remains Martinsburg 43. Jefferson 14 with 7:45 to go in the third quarter. We'll step aside and take a 1-minute break. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Heffley Motor Company off I-81 at 993 Hedgesville Road is a family-owned and operated business providing the Eastern Panhandle with the highest quality pre-owned vehicles and customer service since 1997. Heffley is a pre-owned Carfax Advantage dealer. We're proud to be your partner serving the community. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Call us at 304-267-7172 or see us at 993 Hedgesville Road. If you want to sell your car, we buy cars too. Check us out at Heffley.com. The Heffley Motor Company, a nice place to do business. The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
We welcome you back here as Martinsburg extends its lead now to 43-14 with 7:45 to go here in this third quarter as Cody Page on to kick off for the Bulldogs. Back to return is Keyshawn Robinson. However, they've been avoiding him by every chance they can as it's a short end-over-end kick to the near side. Fair caught by Roper at the 30-yard line.
4 plays to go 96 yards. Because mainly the 67-yard rush by Murphy Clement. Great blocking on that play, by the way, pulling Rashad Reed from the right guard's position. He was running down the field 20-30 yards. An incredible play there.
Your scoring drive summary brought to you by Paul Espinosa for State Senate, an effective fiscally conservative voice for the 16th District. 1st and 10 at the 30-yard line for Jefferson. Terich in the offense back out onto the field. That looks like some confusion as to who's supposed to be where. Instead of Roper at running back, he's going out as a slot receiver, and they have Robinson in the backfield. However, Harris doesn't realize there's 1 second left on the play clock. They get the snap off just barely in time. It's a handoff to Robinson. Robinson somehow churns his way through the line into the linebackers out across the 35 to the 36-yard line. So he's able to gain 6 on the carry, bring up a 2nd down and 4.
And it's still pretty hard-pressed to get him touches. That's only his 3rd rushing attempt, and he has 4 catches. So early in the third quarter, he's already reached his season average of 7 touches a game, but still tough sledding for him. 3 catches, 44 yards in the first half, added a 3-yard catch earlier as well in the second half.
7 minutes, 5 seconds to go here in this third quarter. The clock winding down. 2nd down and 4 at the 36 for Jefferson. Harich. That's the snap. Hands it off to Robinson, and Robinson, oh my goodness. Say hello, Rashad Reed. And that's not what you want if you're Jefferson. A rude awakening for Robinson. A loss on the play of 5. Makes it 2nd and 9 at the 31. Rashad Reed just able to push back his blocker right into Robinson. He went, and you could hear here.
Yeah, let me just go ahead, write in my notes, collision of the game, Rashad Reed. With a bullet, here. That's, do you have a pen? I only using a pencil, I'm writing that one in pen.
Pen, Sharpie, make it permanent.
Yeah.
That one definitely the collision of the game. 3rd down and 8 at the 32. Delgado now comes in at running back. 2 receivers to each side. 1 second on the play clock, and Coach Craig Hunter realizes it, and we'll have to take a timeout. We'll keep it here, give you our third quarter sponsors as we are brought to you by here in this third quarter by the Mirius Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors John Everson and Phil McCoy. Stop by 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg or call 304-263-4343, as well as the Larry DeMarco team at Modern Realty Results. If you're looking for a home in the tri-state area, they have you covered. 6:02 to go in this third quarter. It's Martinsburg 43, Jefferson 14. Dylan, we have a shout-out as well to kind of get to here, as a happy birthday is in order for Coach Ostrowski's son, Kyle. It is his 9th birthday today, and guess what he's doing to celebrate his 9th birthday with his friends? He's celebrating it right here at Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Before the game, they were playing out on the field football. It looks like throughout the game, they've kind of been playing over in that south end zone. And they also have a spot reserved here in the press box for cake, soda, and all that good stuff that a 9-year-old kid wants.
A room all to themselves, yeah.
So happy birthday, Kyle, as the Bulldogs right now giving him a win for his birthday as well, it seems.
It sure looks like it. Well on their way.
3rd down and 8 at the 32 for Jefferson as they have the ball. Terich with Delgado at running back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Snap back from Waldeck. Terich drops back to pass. Feels the pressure, so he has to go backwards. And he'll throw that one out of bounds. As that was Yancey and company chasing after Dylan Harich. That'll bring up a 4th down and 8.
I believe that, that big play that we just had, big hit by Reed, was his 2nd tackle for loss on the game, which should even him up with Quentin Goins, both having 8 on the season now.
So 5:57 remaining here in this 3rd quarter at 43-14 Martinsburg over Jefferson. Jefferson going to elect the punt here at its 32-yard line. Back to return looks like is Dover and Musgrove. On to punt is Quentin Goins. As he waits for his teammates to get all lined up. High snap again, and Goins going to scramble and shanks the punt. It bounces at the 40 of Jefferson and backwards, and it goes out of bounds at the 36-yard line. So that a 4-yard punt as the high snap. It looked like it was going to be blocked, so Goins just avoids the blocker, tried to get it off. I couldn't tell if it maybe got deflected even after that, too. Or not.
I think Tayshawn Cofield may have gotten a hand on it. It's possible. Either way. They had one good drive of, giving Martinsburg a long field to have to go down. But even then, Martinsburg only took 4 plays to get a touchdown. So, all for naught with that one. But now, they're inside the 40 for this drive.
1st and 10 for Martinsburg at Jefferson's 37-yard line with 5:53 remaining in this 3rd quarter. The Bulldogs have the ball. It's 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Clement gets the snap, and the whistle's blown. And it's a false start on Martinsburg. Back them up 5 yards. Put it at the 42 of Jefferson. Make it a 1st and 15 for Martinsburg as they lead Jefferson 43-14.
They've been better on penalties today. That's the 6th one of the day. 2 of those first 5 were 15-yarders, though. So not great in that sense. Only 45 penalty yards at this point compared to 110 last week.
3 receivers on the near side for Martinsburg. You'll have 1 on the far side, which is Kyrie Bunny after he gets the call from Murphy Clement. Clement gets the snap, fakes the handoff, rolls out to his right, looking deep, sends it deep, has a man wide open. It's Tyon Jacobs. He catches it and rolls his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 5:45 to go. It's now 49-14. Martinsburg on top of Jefferson here.
That play, they're rolling out to the right, and they have that backside deep pattern there, post running deep down the field, and Tyon Jacobs was just wide open, beat his man. There was no one over the top on that part of the field. Easy pitch and catch really down the field for Murphy Clement with his arm talent.
And I wasn't sure, so I waited to say it until I could officially check. That is Tyon Jacobs' first touchdown of his varsity career as a Bulldog. It's on to attempt the extra point now. It'll be Cody Page as E.J. Hendricks has to run over to the near side as he's not supposed to be in. They wait, snaps back, kick is up. And the kick is good for the extra point with 5:45 to go here in the 3rd quarter now. It's now Martinsburg 50, Jefferson 14. We'll step aside and take a 1-minute break. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and TV10.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee-wee to the big boys to the wing T formation. A hearty meal of 12 pieces for $12 is just what the boys need to be at their best. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling. Rock's 12 pieces of chicken, just $12.
The Skinner family has been representing West Virginians for more than 50 years. We've changed the name of our firm to Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers because we want to be clear about what we do. We represent people who have been in car, truck, and other catastrophic accidents. We're here to be a voice for the injured and vulnerable, and we take that job seriously with deep commitment to serving our clients wherever they are. Just Google Skinner Accident Lawyer or visit skinnerwins.com. We'll treat you like family.
We welcome you back here as we are live at Coburn Field, David M. Walker Stadium, 50-14, Martinsburg in pure domination over the Jefferson Cougars as, again, Cody Page out to kick off the Keyshawn Robinson. But most likely will send it short end over end as he has it at the 40-yard line right hash mark. The kick is another short end over end kick. Fair caught at the 40-yard line by Jefferson's Jackson Rockwell. Bring it a 1st and 10 Cougars.
Well, simple drive summary that time. One play, 38 yards overall. It was a false start before the first play, and then it turns into a 43-yard touchdown from Murphy Clement to Tyon Jacobs. Great game for Murphy Clement.
Your scoring drive summary brought to you by Paul Espinosa for State Senate, an effective, fiscally conservative voice for the 16th District.
So Murphy's at 135 passing yards, 3 passing touchdowns, and over 150 rushing yards on the day as well with a rushing touchdown.
What a game he's having. 5:45 to go in this third quarter. 1st and 10 Jefferson at its 40-yard line. Harich gets the snap, dropping back, looking to pass, fires it, caught by Robinson on the stop route at the 45. He breaks out across the 50 in the middle of the field, and he'll be stopped at the 47-yard line. So gain a 12, make it 13 yards on that reception. 1st down, Jefferson.
They've been able to feed him the ball a little better this half. Already a handful of touches for so far when he was going into halftime with only 5. But you don't have a lot of options here when you're down by this much. Ball at the 48-yard line. Man in motion and a flag. So that'll be a false start on Jefferson as they sent Robinson in motion. 5:19 to go here in this third quarter. It is Martinsburg 50, Jefferson 14. That 5-yard penalty will make it a 1st and 15 for Jefferson, now back at its 47-yard line. Tough. Erich in pistol formation now. He has 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. I believe that's Roper lined up behind him. Sends a man in motion, fakes the jet sweep to Robinson, instead hands it off to Roper. And Tayshawn Roper tries to go up the middle, but he goes absolutely nowhere as Bass, Reed, Flores in to make the stop. A loss of 1 on the play makes it now 2nd down and 16.
I like the idea, at the very least, to use kind of a decoy motion with Robinson when you're actually handing the ball off up the middle. But still, you're handing the ball up the middle against Martinsburg Bulldogs. And that's just not going to get you much of anywhere.
Ball at the 46 now. Erich tries to get Martinsburg to jump, can't do so. And now he stops, looks over to the far side for the play call. You have 3 receivers on the near side of the field for Jefferson, 1 to the far side. 2nd down and 16. Snap back to Erich. Quick wide receiver screen caught by Shelton on the near side. Shelton has a blocker in front of him, comes to the near sideline now out across the 50. Will be stopped at the 49 of Martinsburg. So in to make the stop was Yancey and Musgrove. And that'll make it a 3rd down, still long, make it a 3rd down and 11 for Jefferson here with 3:45 to go in this third quarter.
And just barely shy of the original line of scrimmage to start this set of downs.
So 3rd down, the 49 of Martinsburg. leads Jefferson 50-14. Jefferson with the ball. 10 seconds to go on the play clock. You have one receiver to the near side, trips to the far. Harich gets the snap, and it looks like the snap from Waldeck was half a second behind everybody else, so a false start on everybody but the center. It's a 5-yard penalty to back up Jefferson again this drive.
Yeah, they're kind of falling apart. 2 penalties on this drive. They only had 3 penalties coming into this drive. 2 of them were 15-yarders, but...
So that makes it now 3rd down and 16. Shotgun formation for Dylan Harich with Roper to his right. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Harich gets the snap, drops back to pass. Chucks it deep, has a man open in the middle, but it's picked off, underthrown, as it's Murphy Clement running to the near side and will step out of bounds at the 43-yard line of Martinsburg. 47-yard line. So first down, Bulldogs.
Hey, Murphy's having himself a day. All he has to do is add teams, and he's pretty much doing it all for Martinsburg. Again, 150 rushing yards, 3 passing touchdowns. Now he's got an interception. He's thrown an interception and caught an interception now as well. So literally anything.
3:02 to go in the third quarter. It's Martinsburg 50, Jefferson 14, 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs. They say Clement did step out at the 45-yard line of Martinsburg, so that's where they'll start off this drive. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Snap back to Clement. He hands it off to Buskey. Buskey goes up the middle, sheds off 1 tackle, now tries to cut to his left, out across the 45 outside of the numbers. Stopped just shy of the 40, they say at the 42-yard line, so that's a first down for Martinsburg. So Nick Buskey, really with him and Coy Fegan, has become a 2-headed monster at that running back room in the backfield, starting last week and now carrying over to today.
The Martinsburg rushing attack is going to be in good hands next year without Murphy Clement when they still have Fagan and Nick Buskey.
Snap, faking the handoff to Buskey as Clementi instead hands it off to Fegan, who goes to the left side but only can get back to the line of scrimmage, as that's Goins in to make the tackle. They say he gained half a yard, so make it 2nd and 9 with 2:20 to go here in this third quarter. Ball at the 42-yard line of Jefferson for Martinsburg. Murphy Clement gets the play call, looks at his wristband along with the rest of the Bulldogs. You have 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Clement, shotgun formation to his right side, Coy Fegan to his left side, Nick Buskey. Clement sets, gets the snap, hands it off. Fegan. Fegan darts over to the near side, out across the 35. He's pushed out of bounds at the 24-yard line, so just shy the first down marker, it appears originally, and that'll make it a 3rd down and 2 with 1:53 to go here in this third quarter.
Now Buskey threw a good block on the outside there that time.
Checking in now for Martinsburg is Dalvin Wheeler. He's one of the 2 receivers on the far side. You have 1 to the near side. Again, 2 running backs to the left and right of Clement. Clement tries to get Jefferson to jump off sides. They kind of fidgeted, but did not cross the neutral zone. Snap back, it's high, but he's able to bring it down and hand it off to Buskey. Buskey goes up the middle, plows through the linebacker, and will eventually be stopped at the 20-yard line as he was able to just drag Caleb Shelton.
4 carries for 40 yards for Nick Buskey. Incredible day, and it looks like after each play, Martinsburg is subbing out at least 1 starter. Now we get 2 wide receivers coming off on this play. So Izzy Martinez check in. Now we got Chase Shipley checking in on the other side.
My apologies, I don't think that was actually Shelton. But either way, it's now 1st and 10 at the 21-yard line here in this third quarter of play with 1:15 to go. Martinsburg has the ball up 50-14. Snap. Back to Clement. He hands it off to Fegan, and Fegan going to be wrapped up as Wyatt Shively able to get off his blocker, and a tackle for a loss for Shively. Now a late flag thrown as some frustration setting in from Jefferson as Wilberger has to help over a frustrated teammate to the far side that got that flag on the Martinsburg sideline. He's not happy.
No, and you can tell that's just pure frustration. They've been the Jefferson defense has had a tough time all game long. They get 50 points up on the board before the end of the third quarter. And, you know, Martinsburg might add another one here very shortly. But you can't let that get to you like that. It's just a dumb mistake. There's no need for it. It doesn't add anything. You gotta be better than that.
1:04 in this third quarter. 1st and 10 at the 13 for Martinsburg. We're already lead by 36 at 50-14. You have Clement with Buskey to his left, Fegan to his right. Two receivers on the far side of the field. One on the near side as the ball at the 13-yard line left side hash. Snap back to Clement. He hands it off to Fegan. Fegan bounces off one man, but is wrapped up by another. And that might have been a gain of 1. It looks like it might not have been, actually, as they say he just got back to the line of scrimmage. So that'll make it a 3rd down. Shively in to make the stop. That brings up 3rd down and 3. Clement looks to his right, trying to make sure Fegan's in the correct spot. He has Buskey to his left again. This time he hands it to Buskey. Buskey follows Fegan over to the right side, now cuts up the middle, lowers his shoulder, and at the goal line, but stopped just shy of the end zone at the half-yard line. So big play to make it 1st and goal for Martinsburg.
He just runs with such power, aggressiveness. He runs like he wants to just absolutely plow over every player on the field on defense. It's incredible.
Kind of reminds me of Braxton Todd from a few years ago, as Braxton Todd really, when he ran, had those knees high, so it was kind of tough to wrap him up. But with that being said, that is the end of our 3rd quarter. Martinsburg 15, Jefferson 14. So 50-14 your score. We'll step aside, take a 1-minute break, and then we'll be back for the 4th quarter. You're tuned into West Virginia High School Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and TV 10.
Locust Hill Golf Course invites you to historic Charlestown, West Virginia for 18 holes of phenomenal golf. We're just an hour drive from the Baltimore-D.C. Beltway and 1/2 hour drive from Winchester and Leesburg, Virginia, as well as Hagerstown and Frederick, Maryland. Each tee offers challenges across the 35 acres of lakes, ponds, and streams which come into play on 11 holes. The Blue Ridge Mountains also provide a breathtaking backdrop to Locust Hill. Schedule your tee time today at www.locusthillgolfcourse.com or call 304-728-7300.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday Night Lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for Steak Night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
We welcome you back as we're now in the 4th quarter. Martinsburg with the ball, 1st and goal at the 1-yard line. 50-14 your score. Martinsburg trying to extend it here on this play. They are absolutely dominating the Jefferson Cougars tonight. Looks like Coy Fegan in at quarterback now. He has Buskey to his right. Snap back to Fegan, and Fegan goes right up the middle and untouched into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 11:51 to go. It's now 56-14 Bulldogs over Jefferson here in the 4th quarter.
3rd rushing touchdown of the day for Fegan. He's had himself a really nice day.
And now he stays out there to hold the point after attempt for Cody Page. They make sure they have 11 guys out there. Fegan pointing, making sure he does before he sets down. Getting some help from his teammates as well. Now it looks like they are one short. So now they wave him on with 10 seconds to go on the play clock, as that is Brady Breeden having to go out there. 3, 2, 1. Man jumps early for Jefferson, though, on the far side, as that was a Demarius Wallace encroachment penalty. So that puts the ball at the 1.5 now, as a half a distance to the goal. Now it looks like Martinsburg just going to scoot things up and still stay out there for the point after attempt instead of changing for a 2-point conversion. So they scoot everything up. This Page now takes his steps again and relines things up here. Pass back, the snap. Fegan back to hold. Snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And the extra point is good with 11 minutes and 51 seconds to go here in the fourth. It is Martinsburg 57, Jefferson 14. We'll step aside and take a 1-minute break. This is West Virginia High School Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and TV 10.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
We welcome you back as Martinsburg has extended its lead to 57-14 over Jefferson, as Page on to kick off to the Jefferson Cougars. Ball's on the tee and the kick is up and away. It's a end-over-end kick caught by Rodrigo Delgado, who now pitches it back to Keyshawn Robinson. Robinson going to be wrapped up out across the 25 on the far side, just shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be brought down at the 27-yard line, 28-yard line. It looks like they move it to here with 11:43 to go in the fourth quarter.
It was a 7-play, 42-yard drive by Martinsburg that ended with the 1-yard score by Coy Fagan, third rushing touchdown of the day. 38 of those yards, though, on the ground from Nick Buskey.
Scoring drive summary brought to you by Paul Espinosa for State Senate, an effective, fiscally conservative voice for the 16th District. 1st and 10 at the 27-yard line for Jefferson. Clock winding down here in this fourth quarter via the mercy rule. The clock will continue to wind down. 57-14 your score. Snap back to Harich for Jefferson. He hands it off to his running back, who tries to go forward up the middle, but will be stopped right at the line of scrimmage. Is in on the run was Rodrigo Delgado. Delgado, a transfer this year to Jefferson from Washington High School last year. That'll bring up a 2nd down and 10 with 10:50 to go here in this fourth quarter. Rockwell, the lone receiver on the near side. 2 receivers on the far side of the field. They send a tight end in motion from left to right. Snap back to Harich. He hands it off to Delgado, and Delgado has space on the right side of the line, charges forward. It looks like he might have the first down as he goes down just shy of the 40 at the 39, and that is a Jefferson first down.
So this game looks a lot like last year's in more ways than one. You know, we're all close to the same score as of right now. Again, this is still a very talented Jefferson team that can win a playoff game this year. Maybe even more than one. We'll see how it goes. But this Martinsburg team is just on another level.
10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Harich looking behind him at the play clock, which is at 20 seconds. He now turns back around and faces the south end zone in which the Cougars are going towards. Snap. Handing it off to his running back, who goes up the middle. Is that a gain of 4 on the play and a late flag thrown? Some jawing back and forth now between a few Martinsburg and Jefferson players. That was Delgado, I believe, again in on the carry. Delgado now talking with the referees as we wait to see who the penalty was on. So now Ace Flores will go in for Tyon Jacobs, as it looks like the penalty is a personal foul against Martinsburg. 9:29 to go here in the fourth quarter. It's Martinsburg 57, Jefferson 14. The penalty will be marked off. That will give Jefferson a first down as well because of the penalty and put them into Martinsburg territory as they spot the ball at the Martinsburg 41-yard line.
Well, the final stat sheet won't read like a whole lot of a improvement in penalties, but they did better this week. You know, you got to still stay disciplined at the end of the game, fourth quarter, but, you know, you probably do have more backups in at this point, so that's going to happen more often. But overall, better day with the penalties.
2 receivers on the near side, 1 to the far side. Harich gets the snap. It's low. He hands it off to Delgado behind him in the pistol formation. Delgado tries to find a hole, goes to the right side, in between the numbers and the hash marks, out across the 40, goes down at the 38-yard line as Xerxes Yancey in to make the tackle. Only a 3-yard gain will bring up second down and 7 with 8:40 to go in this fourth quarter. Jefferson with the ball. They look over to the far side, get the play, and now we'll get set into formation. You have a tight end lined up to the left side of the line for Jefferson, that being Leland Benner, number 30. 1 receiver to the far side, outside of the numbers. 2 receivers to the near side, inside of the hash marks, as the ball at the 41 on the right side hash marks. Snap back to Harich. He hands it off to Delgado again. Delgado tries to find the same hole as last time. This time, instead of 3 yards, he's only able to gain 1. Puts the ball at the 38-yard line and makes it a 3rd down and 6, or 3rd down and 7.
I think it'll be an interesting test for Martinsburg next week against Musselman. I think, you know, you would expect Jefferson to be the toughest test in the EPAC, but I'm interested to see what sort of fight Musselman's able to put up. It's going to be probably a much different offense, as Musselman can air the ball out much more than Jefferson's really been able to this year.
Harich sends his tight end in motion from left to right. Gets the snap, hands it off for Delgado, and Delgado lunges forward and will be stopped at the 35-yard line to bring up a 4th down with 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. We'll wait and see if Jefferson elects to go for it or not.
It's been a second-half shutout by the Bulldogs. We mentioned how it was the most points they've given up all year, and they had done it at halftime. They've recovered. They haven't given up anything in the second half.
6 minutes, 30 seconds to go now. 4th down and 4 at the 35-yard line here in this fourth quarter. It's Martinsburg 57, Jefferson 14. Jefferson going for it. Snap back to Harich. It's low. He drops back looking to pass. Feels pressure. Rolls out to his right. As man wide open on the far side. It's caught by Delgado. And Delgado has the first down, runs down the far sideline and will be pushed out of bounds at the 21-yard line. So gain of 14 makes it 1st and 10 Cougars.
Nice play there. I mean, Harich has been able to do that for a lot of this game. Roll out, extend plays. He's gotten a couple of those out of it. His first completion of the game was like that for a 26-yard game.
Yeah, that is one positive thing I think that you can definitely look at and be happy with if you're Jefferson, is the fact that on 3rd and 4th downs, Harich has been able to extend those plays.
Yeah, he's not the best, most accurate passer in the world, but he's a very athletic guy. A big body, too.
So 1st and 10 for Jefferson at the 22 of Martinsburg. 5.5 minutes remaining. A winding 4th quarter clock. Snap back to Harich. He hands it off to Delgado. Delgado bounces out across the 20 now on the right side. Churns his way through the line and will be tackled just shy of the 15-yard line to bring up 2nd down with 5 minutes to go here in the 4th quarter. I say he got to the 15-yard line, so that'll make it a 2nd down and 3. So gain of 7 on that run by Rodrigo Delgado.
It's a good drive here for Delgado, getting some reps in. Now that the game's out of hand, but he's making the most of it.
We go to the pistol formation now. Harich will send Robinson in motion from left to right, and then he goes back to the left. It's a snap back to Dylan Harich, and he hands it off to Delgado again, and Delgado goes up the middle to the right side of the hash marks, and between the numbers and the hash marks now will be brought down out across the 15, a gain of 1 at the 14-yard line. 4:20 to go here in this 4th quarter.
I've got Rodrigo Delgado at 9 carries for 31 yards now, and I think coming into this drive, he only had 2 carries for 3 yards.
It is 3rd down and 3 at the 14 for Jefferson. Cougars break the huddle. We got 2 receivers on the near side of the field, 1 to the far side for Harich, who has Rodrigo Delgado with him in the backfield. Under 4 minutes to go here in the 4th quarter. Snap back to Harich. He fakes the handoff, going to keep it himself, tries to go to the right side, spins around and is brought down for a loss on the play of 2, bring up 4th and 5 at the 16-yard line. Your 4th quarter sponsors are W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater networking, audio, video distribution, and more. Call 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com, as well as Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. Visit them at 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg or online at Orsinis.com. 4th down for Jefferson. 5 yards to go. Ball at Martinsburg's 17-yard line. 3 minutes remaining in the 4th quarter. It's Martinsburg 57, Jefferson 14. Jefferson electing to go for it. Snap back to Harich. He drops back to pass. Rolls out to his right, looking down towards the end zone. Floats a pass, and it's out of bounds. Turnover on downs. Martinsburg gets the ball back with 2:45 to go in this 4th quarter. And because of the mercy rule, even though both teams have to go back out onto the field, the clock's going to continue to roll.
Yeah, and you're pretty much going to see probably a handful of plays, like one series of play. You get 1 first down, that might do it before you start taking knees. Might even only take a play or 2, depending on how the clock runs, how the play clock runs.
Martinsburg will improve to 5-0 on the year, as Jefferson will fall to 2-2. Coy Fegan in at quarterback. You will have Nick Buskey, the running back, out there on the field alongside him. 2 receivers to the far side, to the near side. Now it looks like Martinsburg only had 4 linemen out there, as E.J. Hendricks has to go out and be the 5th.
I guess
he jogs his way over to left tackle.
I guess EJ thought his day was done. Apparently not.
Snap back to Fegan. He hands it off to Buskey. Buskey goes up the middle, spins off a tackle of Wilberger, but Wilberger able to hang on of Nick Buskey as he goes out across the 30 They say forward progress. It looks like had him at the 31, so that's a first down for the Martinsburg Bulldogs with 1:15 to go here in the fourth quarter. And there you go, clock winding down.
Incredible production from Buskey. 6 carries on the day. Let me read you how many yards he's gotten on each one. 9, 6, 12, 13, 13, 14.
So first down, 55 seconds to go. As it looks like Coy Fegan will decide to just take a knee as he gets the snap. Clock at 40 seconds, and it looks like that will be the final play of this one between the Martinsburg Bulldogs and the Jefferson Cougars, as Martinsburg will get the win 57-14 over Jefferson, improve to 5-0. Jefferson falls to 2-2 as both teams go to their sidelines and get ready to line up and shake hands.
Fantastic performance by Martinsburg, the offense especially. 57 points against a team that we know to be one of the better ones in the state of West Virginia. You can't say enough. Murphy Clement had a great game on the ground and through the air. The defense came through. Sherrod Musgrove was making plays again. Coy Fegan and Nick Buskey on the ground. Great duo to hand the ball off to. Dominating.
Clock hits zeros. John Denver's Country Road starts to play. Both teams shake hands as Martinsburg gets the win 57-14 over Jefferson. We'll step aside, take a 2-minute break, and on the other side of that break, we'll be back for our post-game show. You're tuned into West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How can I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm John Everson, Private Wealth Advisor with the Marius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else and there's the ring.
Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
We welcome you back as we are in our post-game show brought to you by the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg with a full lunch and dinner menu, daily specials, and a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out the menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page as Martinsburg gets the 57-14 win over Jefferson. And it looks like our sideline reporter Matt Miller is down there with Dave Walker, the head coach of the Martinsburg Bulldogs. Matt, whenever you're ready, take it away.
All right, thank you. Coach, at halftime, a little bit of frustration. You want a crisper play. Did you see that in the second half?
Yeah, I did. We still could clean it up a little bit. Just a couple stupid penalties, but overall I thought our effort was pretty good.
First EPAC matchup and against a good Jefferson team. Pleased with how your guys, I know you're talking about execution, but overall you get a lopsided score and an important win.
Yeah, I mean, Jefferson's a good football team. They've got some good players, and our guys came ready to play.
They are celebrating out of the back of the end zone just to our right side. Clearly they're excited about the win.
Yeah, I mean, they finally got to play against somebody that they're familiar with. In our first 4 games were against, tough opponents. At least 3 out of 4. Yeah, I think it was a homecoming proposal. They were talking about it. But, yeah, good for them. But anyway, we still need to clean it up and get better. We need to get better.
Is that a homecoming proposal post game?
Listen, times have changed, and I don't know. I'm getting old. So. But hey, you know what? They're kids. They're having a good time. I'm happy for them, and it's a great group of young men. They do whatever we ask them to do, and they've really bought in. And I couldn't be more prouder of them, to be honest with you.
You mentioned those first 4 games. How did that competition prepare you for tonight and what you'll now face through the EPAC the rest of the year?
Well, I mean, 3 out of the 4 teams were really good talent-wise, and even the 4th team had 4 or 5 really pretty good players. But I think it helped prepare us for the speed. I think we played against some really fast guys and some big physical guys up front. So I thought it really helped us dominate the line up front tonight.
I was going to say, this line just comes out, it seems, week after week and really plays solid football. What's the key? What's the success really on both sides?
Well, I mean, Coach Lynch does an amazing job with the offensive line and Coach Roach with the defensive line. But those guys, honestly, they worked really hard all winter. They worked hard all summer in the weight room. And if you want to be successful, you got to put in the time. And they put in the time.
Coach, thank you. I think Rick Kozlowski is waiting for you. We'll switch him up as we welcome Murphy Clement in to talk to us. Coach, thanks. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Murph, step in. All right. I'm going to ask you probably the same things that you just answered. So can you remember those answers word for word?
I wouldn't say word for word, but close to.
All right, let's just start. Obviously, a big opponent tonight, Jefferson, a team that you guys are very familiar with. How big is it to come out here and get the win?
It's huge. Like even though we had a good chance of winning, whoever does what they need to do and get the momentum is going to come out on top. And we saw that at the beginning of the game when they came out and scored that first drive. That's not what we need to do. And then we stepped in, locked in, and the was.
All right, you mentioned getting locked in. You guys score, but then they immediately score and take the 7-6 lead. What happened at that point to you guys on the sidelines to really get you to focus and maybe do what you did the rest of this game?
We just had to take that adversity and handle it, go at it instead of run away from it and finish out how we know how to play instead of just backing down.
Talk to us about the way the offense was moving the football. You guys ran it well and you threw it well.
It was good. A lot of guys getting in, a lot of guys doing what they need to do. Get best of both worlds, running and passing. But, yeah, I'm just happy that everything was working well.
This defense continues to play well. You had a pick in this one. Take us to that play. What was going on?
Honestly, I wouldn't say he got me a little bit, but he ran a little post. But I sort of baited him and was hoping he threw to him, and then I sort of just cut it off, and then I picked it, and then I was just trying to get out of bounds, celebrate with my team.
All right, let me ask you one other one. Start of the second half, tiptoe act down the sideline, and you went what looked like was going to be the distance. What happened there?
Keyshawn's a fast dude. He's a real fast dude, and I give him props for that. Honestly, if I was going to get hawked down or chased down by someone, I'd want it to be him because he's a fast dude, like I said, and he's got it. Yeah.
Yeah, but great footwork for you on the other end. You think you were going out?
Honestly, I I had the momentum, like I was going to stay in, but it probably looked closer to going out than it felt to me. But, yeah, honestly, I didn't think I was going to go out. But I saw him coming out of my peripheral, and when I saw that, I was like, dang.
Murphy, congratulations. Go celebrate with your team. Guys, back to you.
Thank you to Matt Miller as we get ready to step aside here, take a 2-minute break, and when we return, we will wrap up our post-game show as your final score, Martinsburg 57, Jefferson 14. A 2-minute break. This is West Virginia High School Football and Talk Radio, WRNR and TV10. That's what it was. I forgot to turn that up there.
At Dutch Miller Automotive, we've grown quite a bit over the last 60 years, but our core principles remain the same. We believe in treating our customers and our team members like friends and family, and we see it as our obligation to give back to all the communities we are so fortunate to do business in. In just West Virginia alone, we've grown from one location on the west end of Huntington to 10 rooftops employing more than 500 Mountaineers. Check out the inventory from all of our stores at DutchMillerAuto.com. Dutch Miller Automotive Group, West Virginia proud.
Hello?
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee Wee to the big boys to the wing T formation, a hearty meal of 12 pieces for $12 is just what the boys need to be at their best. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha! Let's go!
Rock's 12 pieces of chicken, just $12.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Jefferson 14 was your final score. As we wrap things up, let's start off with our post-game stats brought to you by Bechtel Jewelers, West Virginia's largest Pandora retailer on Route 11 south of Inwood, taking care of you like nobody's business, as Dylan has tonight's post-game stats.
Start with Jefferson. Dylan Harris ended up being 9 for 18 with 115 yards passing and 1 passing touchdown to Keyshawn Robinson, who had 5 catches for 60 yards, including that receiving touchdown. And Tayshawn Roper ended up with 8 carries for just 15 yards. Dylan Harris, 11 carries for 14 yards. Another good day for the Martinsburg defensive line. Up front, Rodrigo Delgado ended up with 10 carries for 31 yards, mostly in garbage time, but he had a great last drive running the ball. On the Martinsburg side, Murphy Clement, 8 for 11, 135 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception when it came to the passing game. And he added in 13 carries for 152 yards and 1 rushing touchdown. It was a 20-yard rushing touchdown. Great play there. And he also added in a 67-yarder where he was only caught down because fastest man in the state plays for the Jefferson Cougars, Keyshawn Robinson. And Coy Fagan, 13 carries, 59 yards, 3 rushing touchdowns. Nick Buskey, 6 carries, 67 yards. It just felt like every time he got the ball, he ran further than the last time. And you had Tyon Jacobs with a 42-yard touchdown, Sarad Musgrove with a 15-yarder, Buzzed Over with a 24-yarder. Rashad Reed, we think officially will be in the scoring book with a touchdown, recovering a fumble from Sarad Musgrove right by the goal line. So, added on all of that, and Murphy Clement also had an interception of his own as well. Rashad Reed also had 2 tackles for loss on the defensive side.
So there you go. That was your Bechtel Jewelers post-game stats. Let's now get into tonight's awards and start off with our electrifying play of the game brought to you by Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. Visit them at 360 Hack Wilson Way, right here in Martinsburg, or online at Orsinis.com.
I don't want to give this to Sir Rod Musgrove every week, but if he's going to keep making plays that deserve it every week, then I'm going to have to do it. It's a 15-yard touchdown on a screen pass from Murphy Clement, where he was just making everyone miss on the defense like he usually does. He just has that change of direction that is incredible, and that short area burst as well. He's just slow. He's so slippery. It's incredible, the things that he can do with the ball in his hand.
All right, let's now get into tonight's collision of the game, brought to you by Cody's Auto Body at 851 Wilson Street, Martinsburg, family-owned, offering superior customer service and great pricing for a job done by experienced, certified technicians. Phone 304-901-4777 or visit their Facebook page. Tonight's Cody's Auto Body collision of the game, and I see that you specifically made sure you put markings as to where it was, because we already knew right at the point of the game that was for sure the collision of the game.
Yeah, I didn't actually get to write it in pen like I said I wanted to, but it may as well have been written in pen, in stone, in Sharpie, however you want it. About 7 minutes left in the third quarter. Jefferson goes and puts Keyshawn Robinson in at running back for a couple carries, and it worked out well. His first carry, 6 yards. It was his third carry overall of the game, first one from behind the quarterback as the full-on running back, though. Very next play, though, Rashad Reed busts through the offensive line, hits Keyshawn Robinson hard for a loss of 4, and gets his second tackle for loss of the night. Rashad Reed showing why he is the best defensive lineman in the EPAC, by far.
Maybe even the state.
Yeah, you could probably go that far, for sure.
Now, our Kelly Allstate Insurance Good Hands catch of the game, brought to you by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg.
First passing touchdown of the game. That Sir Rod Musgrove's electrifying play of the game was the second touchdown of the day from Murphy Clement through the air. First one, though, in the first half, 24-yarder, throw it up in the air for Buzz Dover, who, falling to the ground on his back, was able to make the catch in the back corner of the end zone. Great play there by both Murphy and Buzz to be able to make the connection for that play. Put Martinsburg up on the board, I believe their second touchdown of the night, to kind of start their way towards extending the lead on the Cougars.
And lastly, our player of the game, brought to you by Bodwell Insurance Solutions, a local professional to help you with all of your Medicare needs. Visit BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or call 304-283-0864.
So the do-it-all man himself, Murphy Clement. I read you his stats just a minute ago. 8 for 11, 135 yards passing, 3 passing touchdowns, 13 carries, 152 rushing yards, 1 rushing touchdown. He had a 67-yarder in this game. He came into this game not having a ton of yards on the ground on the season overall. He was under 200. I think 178, 179 on the season overall. Don't have it right in front of me. But he had 152 in this game alone. No sacks by the Jefferson Cougars defense, and had a gain of 67 yards. And, yeah, he had 179 rushing yards on 51 carries coming into this game, 7 rushing touchdowns. He had his 8th. Then he threw for 3 passing touchdowns. It was added in that interception on the defensive side. All around, fantastic game for Murphy Clement.
That'll wrap things up here as we've given out our final award. Our Bodwell Insurance Solutions player of the game goes to Murphy Clement, and the win goes to the Martinsburg Bulldogs, 57-14 over the Jefferson Cougars. Tomorrow on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube, with kickoff at noon, pregame coverage at 11:30. The Shepherd Rams will take on the Kutztown Golden Bears, as that one always a close one historically. Dylan, the home team has never won in the 4 meetings between the two teams. Shepherd looking to change that trend tomorrow. Looking forward to Nick and Travis on the call for that one.
It'll be interesting to see how the weather affects that game, because Shepherd has been a big-time passing team so far this year, and it might rain a lot tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes. Kutztown though, has they've been passing the ball this year a good bit, and kind of the weakness of Shepherd has been their pass defense, the secondary. So if neither team can pass the ball, maybe it evens out, and Shepherd, I kind of think that they would be able to win the game on a neutral field, no weather affecting anything, but we'll see what happens.
That'll wrap things up again. Your final score, 57-14 for Nick Verzolini, who you will hear from shortly with our post-game scoreboard show, as well as Matt Miller, Daryl Miller, John Alderton, and Dylan Bishop. I'm Colin McLaughlin. Signing off, this has been West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Have a great rest of your night, everybody.
One of the questions lawyers get asked the most is, what is my case worth?
I'm Steven Skinner, and this is my brother Andrew with Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers.
The truth is, it's very difficult for a lawyer to pinpoint a number because every case is different.
We get to know each situation and we'll give you an idea of what your case is worth and why.
The sooner we get involved, the better we can do getting you the compensation you deserve.
Google Skinner Lawyers or go to skinnerwins.com. We'll treat you like family.
This is Eric at Hancock Chevrolet. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hancock Chevrolet, it is that easy. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hancock Chevrolet will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time in a car dealership playing the dumb back and forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Cumberland to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hancock Chevrolet absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HancockChevy.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want, and your new ride will be delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
We welcome you into the Extra Point Scoreboard Show. I'm your host, Nick Verzolini, as your final score here tonight from Martinsburg High School. The Bulldogs defeat the Jefferson Cougars 57-14. Some other scores from around the Eastern Panhandle tonight. Hedgesville comes back in this one. It was a close game at halftime, but the Eagles rally to win it 38-15 over Washington. So the Eagles improve now to 3-2. Washington will fall to 2-3. Spring Mills all over North Hagerstown, 41-0 was the last reported score on that one. That was at the end of the third quarter, but looks like Spring Mills was able to get the win in that ball game to improve to another win for them. So just one loss for them on the year as they continue to roll, now at 4-1. Other scores from around AAA. Musselman on bye this week, so nothing going on with them. Cabell Midland destroying Parkersburg right now in a top 5 matchup, 35-10. Morgantown getting a easy win over Buchanan tonight, 59-3. Huntington all over Capital, 51-0. Fairmont Senior out of AA currently leading University 20-16 in a good ball game in the fourth quarter. There was the last updated score. Kaiser defeating Hampshire tonight 38-7. Let's run down the scores in the rest of AAA as we pull those EPAC scores back up for you if you're watching on TV10. George Washington approaching 100 points. It's 91-0 between them and South Charleston. Morgan, we already mentioned that one. Let's see here. Princeton getting a win over Tazewell, Virginia, 42-0. Parkersburg South beats John Marshall tonight, 62-24. Brooke will take on Watkins Memorial out of Ohio tomorrow afternoon. Woodrow Wilson beating Lincoln County tonight, 42-14. No final yet, but looks like Woodrow will get the win. Hurricane all over St. Albans, 81-0 in the third quarter was the last updated score in that one. Oak Hill leads Ripley 13-10 in the fourth quarter. 0-4 Ripley trying to pull off an upset over 3-1 Oak Hill. Wheeling Park is going to fall to 2-2, it looks like, as Steubenville, Ohio holds a 42-28 lead in the fourth quarter. Spring Valley beating Riverside tonight, 49-12 in the fourth quarter. And those are all of the scores from AAA. Besides, of course, Bridgeport, Robert C. Byrd, AAA versus a AA. Bridgeport getting the 56-0 win. Let's see if there's any other of those. Don't see any others. Tomorrow, Berkeley Springs is in action. The Indians are 0-4. They'll take on 0-4 Oak Glen tomorrow afternoon. Of course, tomorrow on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. As Colin mentioned, we will have Shepherd University Rams football as they take on Kutztown. Great rivalry matchup there. You don't want to miss it. Noon kickoff, 11:30 a.m. pregame show. But that'll do it here for high school football coverage tonight. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. I'm Nick Verzolini saying so long, everyone, and have a good night.
And that concludes today's postgame show. Be sure to tune in each week throughout the regular and postseason for more West Virginia high school football. Today's game has been brought to you by
Orsini's Home Store, Modern Realty Results, Cody's Auto Body, The Palace Lounge, CMA Honda, Bechtel Jewelers, the Berkeley County Health Department, Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, Brown's Funeral Home and Cremations, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, the Heffley Motor Company, W. Harley Miller Systems, Smallwood and Small Insurance, Chris Miller and the Dutch Miller Auto Group, Ollie's VIP Lounge, and the Gary Kelly Allstate Insurance Agency.
For the best in high school, college, and NFL coverage all season long, keep it tuned in to Talk Radio